If we go ahead and mute Mr. Hord's microphone, please. Carter, good morning. You can go ahead and turn off your camera until we get you called. You are second to last on the appointments list. Thanks for being here.
Ashley and Chairman Carlisle, we are ready when you are.
Okay. Good morning, all. It is 9:03 a.m. On July 6th, 2020, and I hereby call to order the Personnel Committee of the City Council. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Covette, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
Good morning, everybody. We have 9 items this morning, and they are all new appointees. I want to thank everyone for being here this morning and thank those that have offered themselves up for public service. We will call each appointee and move it to the floor for a discussion. I'll ask that when your name is called, you turn on your camera and your microphone, and that you give us your name and address for the record and a brief statement about yourself. And then colleagues, if you'd like to speak on an item, please let me know in the queue. I'll recognize you. And to everybody that attempt to do your best to keep your microphones on mute so that we don't have a lot of background chatter. With that being said, I'd like to ask item number 1, the appointment of the Memphis Civil Service Commission of Mr. Mark Allen. I have a motion in a second to hear this item.
Motion to approve.
Jones, second.
Second.
So moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Jones. Mr. Allen, good morning, sir. Would you please give us your name and address for the record? A little bit about yourself.
My name is Mark Allen. I live at 1049 Audubon Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38117. I've been a practicing attorney in Memphis, Tennessee for about 38 years. I primarily have handled labor and employment law cases. I have handled many cases before the Memphis Civil Service Commission. I've handled several cases before the County Civil Service Commission and the State Civil Service Commission. I represented employees before the National Labor Relations Board, various system boards of adjustment, and various personnel committees in the federal government as well. I've handled probably over 100 labor arbitrations in my career, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve the city of Memphis.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Just on remarks, it's always a pleasure to get to look through the resumes that are sent to us, and yours is quite impressive. It seems like you just got started yesterday. 37 years though, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for your willingness to serve. Colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask item for a vote. Ashley, would you, oh, hold on. Councilman Morgan, you were recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, sorry about that. I thought we were going to hear from everybody and then go to questions since it was one item on the agenda. But if we're going to divide it out, that's okay. I've got actually 2 questions for each of the nominations for civil service. Would you prefer that I ask them now or wait till the end?
Are you looking for individual responses back in those questions?
Yes.
Maybe best just to, since each person and we're meeting online, it may be best just to allow each person to go at a time.
Okay. And for the sake of time, to each of the nominations, it's the same 2 questions basically. So for those who haven't spoken or been motioned yet, just keep in mind I'll be happy to repeat them if necessary. But some of it stems from I've been very disappointed by some of the results that have come out of the Civil Service Commission over the previous decades. And I believe that those results have both directly and indirectly inhibited the city's ability to hold our employees accountable to even minimal standards of conduct. And so in that light, my question to the nominations and Mr. Allen at the moment would be, one, what do you view, just very broadly and openly, what do you view as the role of the Civil Service Commission, and kind of envision your role being there? And then two, precedent is a big, I guess, topic with civil service, where it might not be so many cases, but that precedent that gets set then echoes through the years and the decades as the directors don't want to waste time or go through a lengthy process only to be told that the case was going to be settled exactly as it was settled 10 years ago. So as you hear cases, would you look to past precedents to guide you, or would you look with a fresh set of eyes and use your own judgment and handle the case really as if it were new, even if it is similar in scope and appearance to a previous case that had already been settled?
Well, I think that every case, obviously every case is different, and there are different witnesses, different facts, different circumstances in every case. Does precedential value, does precedents have a value in some cases? It depends, and sometimes it may have value. However, oftentimes in the civil service matter or in arbitration or those kinds of things, we're looking at the facts and circumstances presented. What that supervisor knew at the time, what the policy was at the time, and how we're going to apply that policy to these particular facts and circumstances. So am I stuck on a precedent? No, I'm not. I'm looking for the facts and circumstances surrounding that particular case, that particular individual. I'm not sure. Could you go back and repeat the first question?
First question is kind of broad. It's almost a philosophical question of how you, and it doesn't have to be a long answer, but how you view the role of civil service and your fitting into that role.
Well, I think the role of civil service is to look at the facts and circumstances and determine whether or not there was just cause for the action taken. And if there was just cause for the action, and there's a lot of things that go into the question of whether or not there was just cause. Were the policies violated? Were the policies followed consistently? Was the employee advised of the policies? Were they warned? Excuse me, did they have a chance? Were they trained properly? Those kinds of things. But we're looking for policies, we're looking for warnings, we're looking for due process for employees to make sure that the decision that was made was fair and all those factors were considered. If the decision made was fair and all those factors were considered, then obviously it's likely that the discharge or whatever action taken would be sustained. But if that was not fair and those things were not considered, or the facts and circumstances and the witnesses presented weren't credible, then obviously there may be some other results. That's the way I see it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think I've definitely seen some cases where there haven't been fair warnings by management to employees, but at the same time, common sense should have taken over, and the employees should have known that this was improper behavior, even if it hadn't been spelled out in the morning briefing. But
yeah, I think that we should not leave our common sense at home. I think we have to look at things practically. And I think that's why you have a citizen board, because we're supposed to look at things somewhat practically and decide what's in the best interest of the employees and the city.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Colleagues, any other questions? Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll on this item?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Covett, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford, Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have the appointment to the Memphis Civil Service Commission of Mr. Robert Mebane. May I please have a motion and second to hear this item?
Move it.
Johnson moves it. Second, Warren.
Moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Warren. Mr. Mebane, would you please give us your name and address for the record?
My name is Robert Mebane. I live at 1769 Parkway Terrace, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just a moment about yourself, and then if you wouldn't mind answering Councilman Morgan's questions that he posed, and if you'd like for him to repeat them, I'm sure he'd be happy to. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, first of all, I have a passion for the rule of law, in this case, specifically civil law. I have a degree in public administration and a professional certification as an employment law specialist. I have 25 years of responsibility as an HR practitioner and executive, and 16 of those years have involved policy development, interpretation for compensation and classification issues. I have about 15 years of experience in analyzing and addressing the legal proprieties and implications of disciplinary procedures, terminations, promotions, and other aspects of it. And I've prepared briefs for third-party inquiries, conducted internal investigations, and prepared reports, resulting from legal findings, and served as a mediator during labor-related hearings. Now, relative to the question, I think that as long as there is adequate documentation regarding the cases, I would be looking at whether or not policies have been adequately communicated. I would look at records and files to determine whether or not there have been sufficient warnings, and if, in fact, the disciplinary processes have been followed, and other aspects of compliance. Relative to this issue of precedents, I would look at past precedents, and then I would also look at the issues or the cases with a set of fresh eyes. I think that there is value to precedent. However, I would not be reluctant to consider alternate resolutions to specific problems, as I believe that you have to judge each case on a case-by-case basis, and they're not going to all be the same. So therefore, I think it is important that you look at past precedents for guidance, but not be reluctant to consider new or different ideas.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan, do you have any follow-up for that?
No, thank you very much, and good to see you again, Mr. Mebane.
Thank you, same here, Worth.
Yeah. Mhm.
Calling, seeing no others in the queue. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
I wasn't in the queue.
We're calling the vote.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Yes. My apologies.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Next up, we have the appointment of Mr. John B. Turner Jr. May I please have a motion and a second to this item?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Can I get a second, please?
Morgan seconds.
Thank you. Moved by Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Mr. Turner, good morning. If you wouldn't mind saying your name and address for the record, a little bit about yourself, and if you could address Councilman Morgan's inquiry, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, Councilman. John B. Turner Jr., 163 North Mendenhall, Memphis, Tennessee, 38117. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today and the confidence Mayor Strickland showed making the appointment. I am an attorney. I've been in active practice in Memphis area for about 21 years. In that time, I was for several years an assistant county attorney and argued numerous cases in front of the County Civil Service Merit Board. So I developed a fair amount of experience with these cases then. To answer Councilman Morgan's questions, the role of the board is fundamentally under the Supreme Court's Loudermill case is to ensure that because a civil service job is considered a protected property interest under the 14th Amendment, that employees' due process rights are respected. No one has an absolute right to a job. If your conduct is bad enough, then you'll find yourself in front of that board potentially. It's to ensure that when a termination happens or a serious discipline happens, it happens fundamentally for a good reason, for cause, and not just for political reasons. As for your second question, I think stare decisis, the role of precedent, it has value. It provides predictability, and predictability is a fundamentally necessary thing in any good legal system worthy of the name. However, as Mr. Allen pointed out, every case is different, and furthermore, case precedents are not the laws of the Medes and Persians that can't be deviated from. Times change. We always followed stare decisis. Plessy versus Ferguson would still be the law of the land. There are times when precedent has to be viewed in context of changing times, changing circumstances. So while I'll certainly take a look at it because we want to treat everybody fairly, we want people to have some idea of what's going to happen to them as they interact with our laws and procedures. We can't be hidebound to such a degree that city business can't be done.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Morgan, we're good? Excellent. I just want to say for the record, I'm excited that you realized that it was better things going on up here than maybe down in Mississippi. So I'm glad I moved back from the dark side.
I appreciate it, Councilman. I'm glad to be back.
Yes, sir. Well, we appreciate you. Colleagues, any other questions? Seeing none, Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilman Smiley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, Mr. Turner. Appreciate you.
Thank you,
Colleagues,
Chairman.
yes, sir. Colleagues, for the last appointment to the Memphis Civil Service Commission, I have Ms. Latanya S. Walker. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Motion to approve.
Second by Johnson.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Ms. Walker, good morning, and thank you for joining us. If you wouldn't mind giving us your name and address for the record and a little bit about yourself, and if you could address Councilman Morgan's questions, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, no problem. Good morning, everyone. My name is Latanya Walker. I reside at 4032 Rolling Green Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38125. I have been a legal practitioner in the city of Memphis for approximately 5 years. I have experience representing employers in the nonprofit, education, as well as the private sector. Before several local and federal courts, as well as government agencies as well. With respect to the questions posed, what do I see as my role on the Civil Service Commission Board? If the appointment is accepted, I see my role as more so an impartial decision maker, reviewing the facts and the circumstances presented, and as my colleagues have stated, were the policies followed by the employee as well as the employer, as well as reviewing the facts presented before us. With respect to the second question, I believe that precedent and stare decisis does have its role and play in its value in reviewing cases, but that each case is dictated by the specific facts and circumstances. And so while precedent is a guide, I believe that the specific facts of a case will determine the decision maker to reach the final outcome.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan?
I'd just like to thank all the candidates for their time and volunteering for this, as well as the answers to the questions. I'm excited about each of the 4 candidates, as well as the answers they gave, talking about precedents, but also including a but to that. And I think Mr. Turner hit the nail on the head when he started talking about predictability, and that there has to be a certain fairness to all cases. And it's my opinion that just recently, the pendulum has swung too far in the wrong direction in terms of predictability for our directors, for our city employees, even if the cases aren't being brought to civil service where there's a record and we see them. We have a number of directors who are looking at past precedents and therefore choosing not to discipline because they don't think that they will be successful. And it's created a bit of a problem. And we're not just talking about, sanitation or engineering or public works. We're also talking about our police force, our fire department, emergency services that are absolutely critical, and where we can't have failure or misbehavior by the employees can have much, much more serious consequences than simply paperwork being late. So again, thank you all for your service, and looking forward to some of the years and hopefully cases to be decided to come.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan, for your remarks. Ms. Walker, Latanya, I apologize for butchering your name.
No
Please
problem.
don't be offended, as I am known to do it often.
No problem.
Thank you so much for your service. Colleagues, seeing no other members in the queue, Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilman Smiley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Colleagues, in the interest of time, I'm going to call 2 and 3, not together, but I'm going to call 2, both of our appointments together, and then ask them to introduce themselves. And if there are any questions for both of them or individually, we can do it that way, so we can try and stay on schedule today. I hope that is okay with everyone. With that, item number, I guess now 5. Item number 5, the appointment to the Memphis Landmarks Commission of Miss Joyce Selena Love and Ms. Margot Furster Payne. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second, colleagues?
John second.
Wow.
Thank you. Moved by Dr. Warren and seconded by Councilman Jones. Where were we here? Excuse me. Ms. Love, if you wouldn't mind giving us your name and address for the record.
All right, so my name is Joyce Selena Love, and my address is 1605 Dexter Lake Drive, Memphis, Tennessee 38016.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you'd like to serve?
Absolutely. Well, I'm a registered architect. I have always loved hearing it when the Landmarks Committee ended up coming in with us during our design review board meetings, which is another item that I served on and I currently serve on. I'm on the Anti-Blight Committee, officer in the National Organization of Minority Architects, American Institute of Architects, love a lot of community engagements. And this is just one of those things that you can really get down and dirty with the built environment of Memphis. So that's what contributes to the character of the city. And honestly, I'm excited to be a part of it. So.
Well, thank you. Ms. Payne, if you'll give us your name and address and the same question for you, and then we'll go to Dr. Warren in the queue.
Good morning. My name is Margot Payne. I live at 1439 Vance Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. I'm a historic preservation consultant and architectural historian, and I currently serve on the State Review Board for the state of Tennessee, reviewing National Register nominations. I also write National Register nominations and do historic district surveys, tax credit applications. I also have hands-on preservation experience. My specialty is wood window restoration. So if y'all have any questions about that, I've become a go-to person here. There's not many people doing that work. I moved here from New Orleans about 4 years ago, and that's where a lot of my preservation experience is from: Louisiana, Mississippi, and now Tennessee. And I've gotten to work with a bunch of different neighborhoods through Landmarks. I live in Central Gardens, and I have served on my committee here helping homeowners go through the process. So I'm very familiar, and I'm just really honored and thrilled to be considered. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, ladies, both. I'm just wondering where you stand when it comes to Memphis 3.0 and our desire to try to increase density in our current historic districts. I noticed that it seems there is a big push not to have any sort of guest houses or back houses or other potential areas that don't affect the initial historic character. And I'm wondering, are you backing that? Do you think that's a good idea for our historic neighborhoods? And if so, why?
I'll go ahead. I am a fan of 3.0. I think that it's very flexible, and I really love the commercial anchor concept. And every neighborhood is different, and there are certain neighborhoods that could use more density and others that maybe don't need to push as much. I think that's the brilliance of the guidelines, each neighborhood having their own separate guidelines created by the neighborhood themselves. So people can decide what they want in their community. I think density is absolutely necessary in an urban environment, and just within the guidelines of what they allow. So I don't think they conflict at all, or they should not conflict. I think density should be, a very reasonable part of a vibrant historic neighborhood, just as long as it respects the historic architecture that's there.
I'm pretty much of the same opinion as Ms. Payne is. The 3.0, I have found it to be a really great next step, you could say, from how we've been treating Memphis and the planning development of Memphis. So do I think it's the end all of everything? No, but I think it's going in a very positive direction as to how we need to start thinking of building Memphis up, and especially the fact that it actually focuses in on some poorly forgotten neighborhoods in the past, places that haven't had any attention. And so now we're seeing that these historic, pretty much disinvested neighborhoods are now getting that well-deserved attention in it. We know that some of the ways that our buildings have been put together, the properties have been almost situated in a way that sometimes adding an additional property to it, an ADU or a guest house to it, may not be in its best interest just because of the size of the properties. But honestly, the 3.0 does, as Margot says, open up a lot of instances where that can actually be added. And I do feel that that's one of those things that we can now determine, and instead of being shying away from, the points of, hey, this is only in a single family neighborhood and that's all we want. Now the fact that we're being open to exploring different ways and different densities, I think 3.0 is right there on the right track. And I think it's going to even get better in the future.
Thank you very much. I just was listening to some landmarks things going on recently for my own concern. And I noticed that seemed to be an issue. And it seemed that it sort of went against 3.0, allowing people to be able to have sort of small guest homes behind their houses in historic neighborhoods. It seems like that would be a good way to get population density in this part or certain historic neighborhoods without doing any damage to the historic character of the neighborhood. And it seemed like neighborhood associations were saying they were against it when a lot of the neighbors in the area were trying to do it on their property. So I wasn't exactly sure how that works out because, as you know, not everyone who lives in a neighborhood is a member of the neighborhood association. And I don't think you could say it's necessarily always a 100% popular vote that way. So I didn't know the answer to the question. Just want to know what you were thinking. Thank you.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, ladies. I know that Ms. Payne said she was on the committee when Central Gardens was looking at landmark designation, but my question is just curious on how do you all feel about other neighborhoods in the city of Memphis pursuing landmarks? Do you think that that's a good trend for a lot of our neighborhoods that may or may not be inside of the loop, or how do you feel about that? About those pursuances by these neighborhoods that may be coming up to you all pretty soon?
Well, full disclosure, I have helped a couple different neighborhoods go through the process as a consultant or as a volunteer. I mean, I believe in historic districts and how they can strengthen neighborhoods. Not every neighborhood needs to be designated. Sometimes it can be a hindrance. Sometimes neighborhoods are too large or just not ready for that yet. But I think, Memphis is seeing so much investment in our urban core right now, which is so fabulous. I think a lot of neighborhoods, a lot of neighborhoods are, neighbors, are, wanting to have a little bit more control, making sure that the house next door to them doesn't get torn down and, something that's totally out of place or just not in the best interest of the future of the neighborhood. It's, people have been invested in these neighborhoods long before they've been vibrant sometimes, and they want to see their investment maintained, and they're strong communities. And I think that preservation, historic guidelines can be the, I'm sorry, my dog, of course, is.
It's okay.
Great.
We like dogs.
I think that historic districting can be the answer for a lot of neighborhoods to really strengthen, give neighbors more control and create a more vibrant community. It doesn't always work. Sometimes the money isn't there. It can be expensive to maintain your home up to certain standards, and you don't want to impose unfair burdens on anyone. So I personally believe in most cases, especially small districts, they can be amazing things, but it's not a one size fits all. So.
Exactly. It can't fit for every community, but I know, for instance, we know the well-known, for instance, I lived in the Valentine Evergreen District for a while. That was on that one of those quasi will protect, might not get protected, nowhere near as much as the Evergreen District alone or the Central Gardens area or some of those areas. But right now we're looking at some of the older, been around forever, like New Chicago. We're talking about like Klondike, Smoky City area. We're talking about these other that have been around just as long as many of these more what we consider well-to-do neighborhoods, and it has just as much of a rich history in it. And I understand that for some of them, they look toward landmarks commission, or even the possibility of going into that route, just because they wanted to kind of solidify their own hold on, instead of it all of a sudden getting bought up and eradicated as to what that old that neighborhood texture was. So I'm of two minds with it, honestly, and that's why I agree with Margo with saying that it's a case by case instance of how we deal with those, or how it should be dealt with, because some neighborhoods really do need to be protected and kept in its form because of just that historical context to it. Now, if it's trying to be put forth just for the simple fact of keeping others out, then again, that's not the way it's supposed to be used. That's not the focus of when we're talking about historical context. So for me, it's always going to be a case-by-case issue. And it has to be thought of that way. It would have to be researched in that kind of aspect. And of course, you have to get the community voices involved. Who are those that are actually pushing for it? So that's basically how I feel about that area. Hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, very informational and very appreciated commentary. Yeah, both of you seem to be very engaged in your fields, so it is appreciated, and thank you for being willing to serve. Colleagues, seeing nobody else in the queue, out of a matter of time, if you'll turn your mics on, I'd like to do a voice roll call or voice vote, if that's okay. All those in favor of sending these appointments downstairs in 2 weeks in favor of the recommendation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, this item passes. Thank you, ladies. Colleagues, last item on the agenda, the appointment to the Memphis and Shelby County Building Code Authority of Mr. Ian C. Ingstrom, Mr. Carter Horde, and Mr. Andre D. Jones. May I please have a motion moved by Dr. Warren? Colleagues, may I have a second? Seconded by Councilman Ford.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Colvett.
Let's see here. Mr. Ingstrom, if you could please give us your name and address for the record and a little bit about yourself.
All right. My name is Ian Ingstrom. I live at 1044 Sheridan, 38107 zip code. I've worked as a structural engineer in Memphis for over 25 years. Got to work on a variety of projects around the country, but definitely around the city. From the 4240 interchange to LA Memphis to here most recently the South City development, which I'm pretty proud of. So presently employed with Smith Seckman Reed, which is the old Ellers Oakley Chester and Wright, managing that civil and structural design group. Lifelong Memphian and always looking for ways to be engaged in the community.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Horde.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carter Horde. I live at 2972 Robin Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. I'm licensed architect. I've been practicing architecture for about 30 years. Studied architecture, undergraduate degree at Auburn University and a master's at Cornell University. Lived in Washington, D.C. and practiced there for 6 years before returning to Memphis, where I'm originally from, Memphis. I've had the pleasure of serving on the Building Code Advisory Board since 2007 and been appointed by different city and county mayors. It's an important job. It's not a glamorous job, reading building code before it's adopted by our city and county, but it's an important job. And I've been happy to do it and serve with some really great people by my side along these years. So thank you for the opportunity again.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jones, same to you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Andre D. Jones. My address is 598 North Main Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38105. I'm co-owner of Jones Urban Development. We've been in the construction industry for over 22 years. Our focus has been mainly single-family residential. We were selected by the Bells Turley Partnership to help redevelop Uptown. We've built in South City for the McCormick Barron Salazar Hope 6 project. And so we've added missing middle housing to our portfolio, meaning duplexes, fourplexes, sixplexes, small mixed-use buildings, because we are in desperate need of those types of buildings in our community, traditionally architected missing middle housing. So this is a great opportunity for us. We've asked code to interpret different building codes for us to help provide more flexibility and affordability in building structures while continuing to ensure the safety that the codes provide. And so we're looking forward to being able to participate in that endeavor.
Thank you.
Or
I
I'm looking
really
forward.
appreciate this. Yeah, well, I really appreciate those comments. Well said. Colleagues, any questions for our appointees? Seeing none, if you'll ready your microphones, I'm going to call a voice vote. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending these downstairs with a favorable recommendation in 2 weeks, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, this item passes. Thank you to the three of you and to all of our appointees today. Colleagues, seeing no other business before the Personnel Committee, we are hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Ford, if we could have just 1 moment to switch over to the Economic and Development meeting.
Okay. Morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Okay,
No
problem. Okay.
Here.
Councilman Easter Thomas. Present. Johnson.
Present.
Jones. Logan.
Yeah.
Here.
Robinson.
Present.
Swearingen. Warren.
Present. Present.
Present.
Molly.
Present.
Thank you both. And Chair Ford.
Present. Okay, we have one item. It's a presentation regarding MWBE quarterly update and FY20 expenditure report requested by the administration. Do we have, Ms. Massey, are you going to present?
Yes, sir, Councilman. I'll be the presenter. So I can pull up the PowerPoint as soon as I get the share screen authorization. All right. All right. Here we go. Okay, thank you, Councilman Ford and other councilmen and women for having me here today. My name is Joanne Massey. I'm the director for the Office of Business Diversity and Compliance for Mayor Jim Strickland's administration. I'm here to present to you today an MWBE update for the fiscal year 2020 performance. At the beginning of the pandemic, we were operating at a sprint on our outreach and engagement with regular workshops, utilization of our space at 480 MLK Boulevard, which is our Entrepreneurs Network Center, and a full execution of our business services and support strategic plan. Nevertheless, even though we experienced the pandemic and we're still experiencing that with our business owners, we persevered. At the Entrepreneurs Network Center, when we reopened, and at the end of the fiscal year 2020, we had seen 1,849 total clients, 77 workshops, and we had 2,272 attendees to those various workshops. We did switch a lot of our workshops and our trainings to virtual. We continued our OBDC, a seat at the table series, which is an opportunity for business owners to meet with decision makers, both in city government, as well as in other quasi-governmental agencies and in the private sector, to pitch their business and also hear about opportunities. We continued our Business Navigator consultations, which is a partnership with the Tennessee Small Business Development Center, which is out of Southwest. Rory Thomas is the executive director there. His team, along with my business services team, which is led by Senior Business Services Coordinator Taylor Tagg, seek to provide consultation and advice to business owners as they go about their operations. We have continued to be a sponsor for Black Restaurant Week, and Cynthia Daniels in that group has continued to set records. We also are a sponsor for the Girls Who Mean Business, which is a Memphis Business Journal event that allows young girls who are of high school age, juniors, seniors, who have exhibited leadership in their community to be recognized. We also held the Women Who Mean Business event, which is a recognition of women business owners in our community of all race and ethnic origins. I will be the keynote speaker for the Tennessee Association of Community Leadership actually next week. We continued and were able to pivot to have our We Mean Business Symposium and a seat at the table event online. We did that virtually in partnership and with continued sponsorship of FedEx. And we also partner with MEMCA, the Memphis Area Minority Contractors Association, to offer OSHA 1030 and the Limited Residential Contractor Certification all online. Just this past Saturday, we had 55 limited residential contractors to graduate and receive their certification. So you may have heard about the $4 million award that was given to Shelby County for lead abatement. We are looking at hopefully transitioning some of those folks to that certification to be able to continue to work. Some of the pictures you see here are just my team celebrating with Cynthia Daniels Black Restaurant Week. You see in the corner there the certificates that were received by the limited contractors. And of course, that is a past class. As you can see, everybody's standing with no mask. So we didn't have any recent virtual pictures, but I did want to show you that these are continued events that our office works and coordinates. Now, with that being said, all of this work is really building a strong, equitable economic ecosystem, along with the intentionality that includes not just OBDC, but the entire city leadership, the mayor, our senior leadership team, Ken Moody, and the rest of the city staff, along with our business clients and community leaders like you. We all make this happen, but this is practice. And as you can see, the number has increased from last year. So for FY19, our city spend was at 21.87. For FY20, we've increased that to 22.93. So progress is always good news. But with that being said, we know that there is still so much more to do. Behind these numbers is the division breakdown. So I think, can you see this? Okay, there we go. It's the division breakdown. So as you can see, each division has what is classified as the total spend, what comes out of our Oracle system, what each division spends. The total eligible spend is where there is opportunity, where our office has been very diligent, where we can identify where there is no MWBE spend or no opportunity for MWBE spend. And I think a lot of council people have heard us say over time, and it continues, there are industries where there are no MWBEs. The mayor has talked about it. We have worked with national organizations. We've actually reached out to major car manufacturers like Ford in other cities, dealers in other cities, trying to recruit them here. But there is no major Black-owned car dealership in our region. And that's just one of our very high spends. So you can see here, when we look at our total spend, we take those things out as exclusions, and then we look at our total eligible spend. Each division here has a total MWBE spend in dollars as well as in percentage. So I know that all the council people, I believe, received a copy of this presentation, but I'll leave this in front of you for a moment, and then I'll continue. Again, our total spend at 22.93, and you would see that that total spend is the certified spend. You've heard about our Buy 901 directory and about businesses being certified. Those businesses are businesses that we have been able to determine and verify that they are either minority owned or owned by a woman, and that business owner has independent control over the business and serves a commercially useful function. There are some businesses that are either not certified and the city utilizes them in expenditures, or they can't be certified. We've talked about this before, like the large CPA firms that finance uses. Some of those just aren't certified. So you can see here that if the city's non-certified spend was actually our number, we would be at 24.61%. And so we talk about the demographic makeup of our city, the ethnic makeup. Here you can see that our certified spend is broken down, and you can see that the various ethnic classifications here for Asian, Black, Caucasian, Hispanic, and then Native American. As you can see, the majority of the spend is spent with Black businesses. Again, this is really because of the intentionality of our community, working with us and community leaders, and then of course of city government. We are trying to maximize opportunities for inclusion where we can. You'll also see that spend with the Asian as well as Caucasian businesses has shows significant numbers. And it's very important to note that that total dollar spend for the MWBE overall, and if I could just, I'm going to go back real quick so you can see, it increased significantly, more than about $25 million. We went from 73.3 million to 103.
And put it on the board.
So the citywide spend did increase, as you can see, and it's very important to know that our Office of Performance Management with Craig Hodge and Sarah Harris, along with Chief Shirley Ford, helped to revamp the MWBE expenditure tracking, which allowed for us to have this deeper dive into the data that you could see. Fire services, general services, public works, and human resources are all some divisions that were at less than 10% prior to 2017, but you can see on the chart with all the divisions that they have significantly increased their spend. The city staff has really worked hard to increase the utilization of MWBEs. And as I said before, these intentional efforts are to ensure inclusion where we can. I want to note that there's a project that we have that's called the SARP 10 project, and that subcontractor spend is reported by All World. and it is led, or the work is done by Black and Beach. And if added to the official numbers, because All World tracks that and reports that into us and it doesn't come out of our system, it's not included in our official numbers. But if it was, we would be at 27.4% in our total MWBE spend. I also want to note that the total spend with MWE firms increased, as I said, from the 73.3 to the 103.4 million. And that was largely due to the convention center. But the convention center was not solely responsible for that percentage spend. Legal doubled their spend by working with newly certified firms. And they have been very intentional under the leadership of Chief Jennifer Sink in doing so. Parks also increased their spend from 39.5 in FY19 to 58.2 in FY20. And that was really due to the increase in construction activity. But again, that intentionality was present. And lastly, Public Works increased their spend by $6 million in FY20 compared to FY19. You can see these efforts are really helping to contribute to our progress. But as I said before, it's not just city staff and city leadership. It's our business owners and community leaders like you. And so I mentioned our directory and our Buy 901. We ask that you continue to share out these proactive resources for equity and inclusion that we've developed. Again, the website is www.buy901.net. We have almost 600 businesses that are a part of this directory, but there are so many more that we can include if they will just be willing to become certified and to register. Certification is free. City Council in 2017 helped to provide resources, and thank you all so much for doing that, to create that certification team that is led by Stanley Brady, our certification manager, to help ensure that we build these numbers. And so I like our saying, which is love Memphis, buy Memphis, and support your neighbors. We want other Memphians, other people in our region, in our MSA, to buy from Memphians, and especially small businesses. I mentioned about the virtual workshops. We have so many on deck just this month, both directly and indirectly with our partners. The Small Business Stabilization Grant program is moving along, and we'll have an informational on that. That's open to all business owners actually on tomorrow. We continue to serve our Hispanic business community, and as you can see there, we have workshops both in English and in Spanish. We're partnering with the Greater Whitehaven Economic Redevelopment Corp, GWORK, and Councilwoman Patrice Robinson, Chairwoman Patrice Robinson, to provide information on small business resources available during the pandemic. We'll also be working with Councilman Canali and Councilwoman Logan this month, and we hope to work with the rest of our councilmen and women to be able to host something virtually or in person in your district. And then this month is focused on the renewal and re-energizing of our business owners. This has been a long 7-8 months during this pandemic. So we have workshops that not just focus on their business, but a healthy entrepreneur as well. And lastly, we're partnering with MRG, which is a property leasing management company here that's very large. They have a lot of work available for their property maintenance and construction, and they're wanting to utilize our small MWBEs. And so we'll have an informational that our office will be hosting. So as you can see, we work both with the public and the private sector to help ensure inclusion. And I'm really proud of the work that my team, along with the rest of city staff, has done. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Councilman Ford. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Massey. Is there anyone in the queue for my, who the hell? Bro.
I'm in the queue.
Okay. All right, Ms. Easter Thomas. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nancy, for that presentation. I think that looking at minority businesses, we've been kind of wondering about those numbers and how those have been doing for this year. One of my curious questions is, I think you said for minority and women businesses to do business with the city, they have to be certified with your office. No?
No, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. In order to count it. So Chief McGowan has used the analogy before. It's just kind of like college. Everybody can apply. So in order to do business with the city, the only thing that any business owner of any race, ethnicity, size, or whatever needs to do is to register as a supplier through our purchasing office. However, like college, if you want a scholarship, you have to apply. If you want additional support, you have to apply. So that certification is a very easy process. It's online, it's free. We walk them through it. But we do need to verify, and this is national standards, and it is a federal program where we have to ensure that our services are narrowly tailored and it has to pass high scrutiny, that we know who the businesses are. And so that is the process of certification.
But even if they're not certified, they still can have the opportunity to bid and do business with the city.
Absolutely.
Certification doesn't offer them any extra bid benefits. It just gives them the support from your office.
Right. And again, anyone can get support from our office. You don't have to be certified. We serve many, as you saw in those first numbers. I mean, we, saw over 1,800 clients for our services, but we serve all business owners, whether they're certified or not. We have what you may have heard about is goal setting, where we set participation goals on projects. And so the advantage of a business being certified is that they're counted in those goals by the vendors, by the prime contractors who may utilize them in order to meet those goals. These race-conscious methods are methods, Councilwoman, that are used nationwide. And we do understand that it is an extra step, but that's why City Council made it so much easier. Again, certification is free. It's not a lot of hoops that people have to jump through. It is online, and our staff is here to walk them through every step of the way.
And then my second question was on that slide you had with the different divisions in the expenditures. I don't know if that can be brought back up.
Yes.
But my question was, what divisions do you see that we have the most potential to see an increase in minority spending? Like which ones we can probably get a better increase in these divisions based on what we know is available regionally? So I know, like you mentioned, the car provider, there isn't one. So
right. So I will tell you, Councilwoman, as I mentioned, we here in city government seek to optimize opportunities to utilize MWBEs wherever we can. Each and every division director here, along with their team that you see here, it has really been intentional. We have what we call supplier diversity lunch and learns on a quarterly basis, and we're actually having one coming up this month where we take a deep dive with division directors and we look at not only what they need and the businesses that they're already working with, but how they can work with small minority and women businesses. We have an annual forecast that is conducted in preparation for our We Mean Business Symposium, and at www.memphisbdc.org, you'll find the at a glance document, which gives hundreds of opportunities to do business, not with just city government, but Shelby County Schools, Shelby County Government, MATA, MLGNW, EDGE, and the list goes on. All of that is coordinated through our OBDC office. We put out that forecasting for the entire county on an annual basis, looking for small minority and women businesses to do business with. So to answer your question, I do believe that we continue to make efforts to optimize those opportunities. And I would not say that there's any one division that is not taking advantage of that. And I will have to also say that through the mayor's leadership and our senior leadership, these numbers are carefully monitored. We, report not only the progress of these numbers, but our activities, and we receive support from them to ensure that we are optimizing the utilization of minority and women businesses.
Chair, can I have one last question?
Go right ahead.
Okay. Why is a MATA number not available?
So those funds, and Chief Ward can weigh in here, but those funds are provided to MATA for operational support. And so those MATA, MLG&W, EDGE, DMC, and other quasi-governmental agencies, their MWBE expenditure activity or expenditure progress is reported separately. But we do provide those funds, and so and to ensure transparency and accountability, we kept that number in there. As you can see, it does not impact or negative or positive the total number there because there's no expenditure. So it doesn't hurt us and it doesn't help us at all, but to ensure transparency, because when Office of Performance Management runs that report from Oracle, that is an expenditure, and we didn't want to leave anything out. We wanted to make sure that we were transparent and accountable to council and the community in reporting these numbers. And I don't know if Chief Ford wanted to weigh in on any of that. Okay.
And Councilman Ford, I believe Councilman Jones had questions as well.
Yeah, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Chairman Ford, and good morning, Ms. Massey.
Good morning.
The question that I have, I know that every 5 years we governmental bodies are to do a disparity study. Where are we in that phase? And considering that Memphis is located in Shelby County, I'd like to see more continuity between the disparity studies. So, for instance, the Shelby County disparity study, and this is for my colleagues who may not be aware of this, the Shelby County disparity study only looked at Shelby County as a service area. But our Memphis disparity study looked at the Memphis, MSA Memphis statistical area.
Yes,
so
sir.
From the standpoint of when you're looking at two different areas, you have the opportunity, that's going to produce two different numbers. And so I would hope that there would be greater consistency between the disparity studies, even if somehow we can do them jointly so that we can be on the same page. Because one of the things that was readily available in the Shelby County disparity study was how much was actually spent in Shelby County with Shelby County domiciled businesses versus those that are outside of it. And I think the number it revealed that something like 55% of the dollars were actually spent outside of Shelby County, Tennessee. So I think that it'll be, if we can create some economies of scale and not necessarily be providing such duplicate efforts, has there been any discussion about having a joint disparity study conducted between the city and the county?
So Councilman, yes, there has been discussion about that. And, certainly those discussions can continue. It's in making a decision about that. I think that would be up to the city council and the administration. As far as the disparity study for Memphis, it's important to note that the City of Memphis program does cover the relative buying market. And so that relative buying market is not just obviously the City of Memphis or Shelby County, but it is the MSA. So it's the 8 counties. The current disparity study that we have executed on to get this progress states that we must narrowly tailor our program to ensure that we are not in violation of passing the high scrutiny that the courts would require for us to operate a race conscious program. And so that's one protection that we have in place and that has been successful for Memphis. And then you asked about the next disparity study. So the disparity study that we currently have that was based on the 2010 to 14 data does expire or sunset next June. And so we're operating under that disparity study, and we do have some discussions going on about that right now. As for a joint disparity study with Shelby County, I will only say that the Shelby County MWBE program was created in 2016. They have continued to operate out of their EOC office under the county commission. So there are some very different structures there, and there are some activities that are very different from the Memphis program. So that would have to be something that would need to be discussed in order to propose a joint study.
Okay, and then can you produce this same report here just on the disaggregated data? Because the way that our ordinance is written, it is disaggregated between Black-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and other minority-owned businesses. So what would be helpful, but by division.
By division, yes, sir. We do have that information. Obviously, this is a lot of divisions, but we do have that information and could certainly provide it to council at your request. And if you're requesting, we'll get that information to you.
Please. And actually what I'm doing too, if you recall, is just going back to how these reports were originally crafted. It did have it disaggregated and presented in that manner.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Again, just for transparency and accountability with the way that we're reporting and tracking, this is what we're presenting to council. But we, through the Office of Performance Management, they have assisted us with pulling together that data, and we do have it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Is there anyone else in the queue that want to speak? Okay, no one else. I just want to thank you, Ms. Massey, for bringing everything to us. And if there's no further business, we can stand adjourned.
All right. Thank you, Councilman, Councilwomen.
Chairman Jones, if you could give us Councilman Jones, we're ready when you are.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Colvett. Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Colvett is present. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen is present. Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilwoman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chairwoman Robinson. And Chairman Jones.
Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda for budget today, and that is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $1,950,000 in fiscal year 21 City Council Community Grant Fund to nonprofit agencies. All council districts are included, and this is sponsored by yours truly. Colleagues, we've gone through the exercise of allocating grant programs, and you should have received this morning just sent out momentarily, just a while ago, a spreadsheet that gives us a detail of the allocations, that the individual allocations that were made to council members. So we have that attached. You may also recall that I sent out an email and identified a couple of organizations that had received grant requests, and I wanted to provide those for review. So in order to move this along, what I'd hope that we can do, if we can have those organizations and to have those organizations where there wasn't any discrepancy. And what I looked at was there's some organizations that filled out a 990 postcard or 990 EZ, and those are organizations that had revenues of less than $50,000. So based upon some of the requests that came in, those requests exceeded what would be our normal practice of allocating about 30% to each one of those organizations. So what I would ask is for us to have for us to entertain a motion for those organizations where their grant allocation does not exceed 30% of what their reported or general operating budget is, that we approve those as a slate. There's no questions, no discrepancies between what they're reporting and what the grant numbers are. And then we can look at the other individual organizations and come up with an amount that does not exceed what our general practice has been for that. So, Councilman Ford, I see you in the queue. You're muted.
That would be later. You can continue. Yeah, once you finish and everything, then I would like to say something. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Warren.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a list of these organizations that we're going to have to go back and individually look at? And if so, how many are there based on the numbers that we gave?
Okay.
That we initially approved?
Okay. I identified, bear with me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I identified 9 organizations. And if you would refer back to an email that was sent Wednesday, September 23rd at 10 a.m., at 10:08 a.m., that email contains that list.
I doubt I'll be able to find it in my wealth of emails since I've got it on the council. I tend to have a lot of those these days.
Okay.
Did you read them out if there are only 9?
Okay, it's been resent. But but since I have them before me, I'll go ahead and read them out. The first one that I identified on the list was Memphis Gridiron Ministries, Inc., Youth Engineered Success, April 4th Foundation, Ladies in Need Can Survive, Memphis Kings Youth, Grooming Greatness, Uplift Westwood CDC, National Tourism and Heritage Association, and STS Enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about that. Apologize. Chair, thank you for the recognition. Will you please, you made the mention what has been practiced. How do we establish practice?
Well, it's what, as we went through this, we established practice just by going through it. What took place when a number of us, those who were elected in 2015, we went through this process and we noticed that in some instances, organizations were requesting that the city of Memphis provide 100% of their funding. And so it was a general opinion of the council members that we did not want to be in a position where we would be an organization sole or even majority funder. And so that's how the practice was established.
Was this in any way published so that the applicants were aware of it?
It was documented in the application. And one of the things too, and so, you know, if we go back and if we look at these organizations here, it was one of those things where it was we weren't at, when we first got on the council, when I say we, those that we elected in 2015, there was no checks and balance type of system. So what I used to do, I used to have my laptop and go to and look at organizations Form 990. This is the tax return that they have to file with the federal government. So if an organization was saying, well, we have a budget of 150,000, or revenues of 150,000, were we just to take their word? So what I did, I would use the 990 to verify what their reported revenues are. Their 990s are equivalent to our 1040. And so if an organization is requesting 150,000 or has a budget of 100, say they have a budget of 150,000 and they're requesting 100,000 of that, in that instance, we would be providing more than 50% of the operating budget. And so that's how the practice began. We went by what they were reporting to the government, and just basing it upon, we didn't want to be any organization majority funded.
Okay, I understand that, but I don't know if that's clear to all the applicants. And I'm still dealing in situations where individuals were not allowed to participate because their applications were incomplete. And I think that, you know, that needs to be addressed as well, because individuals who have applied twice still was told their application were incomplete. And I would like to see those applicants meet with the staff for them to tell them exactly what was done incorrectly, so they will not continue along that same path, making an error, which I couldn't look at to see what the problem was. Like I said, you named some agencies that I think if we supported those agencies, I'm almost of the opinion at this time to let them go through and proceed with the process.
Well,
that's
now the organizations that I've identified, they have gone through the grant process. They've gone through the application process. Mm-hmm. But in each one of these instances, based upon what they stated were their budgets, or based upon filings with the federal government, their reported incomes or revenues are less than $50,000. So if we're looking at an organization where they've reported to the government that they have revenues of less than $50,000, should we, and this is a philosophical question that I think the council should answer ourselves, should we be providing them 70% of their funding? And so what has been the opinion of the council, that was a no. And so do we want to support organizations whose only mode of funding are taxpayer dollars versus organization? Because if you're starting the reason I didn't start a nonprofit is that I didn't want to go out there and have to raise the money. But that's a part of the nonprofit world. And it is inadvisable for any organization to have one organization, because there could be a new council that comes, and some of our colleagues now want to do away with this. So should we go through a process where an organization's sole or majority funder would be the city of Memphis?
I understand. Thank you for your information.
Okay.
Councilman Johnson, on the spreadsheet that you guys have, each individual that was incomplete is in red, and what they are missing has a no beside it. So the only people that were incomplete were missing something. We didn't exclude anyone subjectively, just that they were missing an application portion.
Okay, thank you. But again, I think that there needs to be a one-on-one, because I looked at the information, even with what information provided, what they were missing, it's still not clear. So I would request the individuals that were, we were told we could not consider them for grants, be sat down with or talked to for clarity. Because I had people who were grant writers who said, I just don't get it. Either the wording, somehow we don't see things because we've been doing it over and over again, and somebody from the outside sees it totally different. So I'm just requesting people who were denied, who would like to know why they should be given a one-on-one counseling and explain what they did wrong in this process, if we're going to continue this same process in the future.
Well, along those lines, Ms. Johnson, one thing I would want to note too is that what was originally scheduled was information session, but because of COVID-19, those information sessions, and keep in mind, at the process of this, we were probably still in phase 1 of our lockdowns when the initial process and when the original, we might have been in phase 2 once the application process opened up, but not for COVID-19. We would have had information sessions that would have given people information on how to apply for this program.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we vote on this? Because I agree with Councilwoman Johnson. I think we should go on with the process and go ahead and allocate and appropriate those funds to the individuals that applied and those that we have already appropriated.
Well,
and come up with some clarity for next year, because there were some circumstances that were out of our control, and they didn't understand, and we did not offer the consultation that we had promised them, and that should be certainly considered.
Well, Ms. Wellinger, respectfully, there are a number of organizations that have been recipients of the grants prior to this year, and it has been our process even with those organizations that we haven't granted more than 30% of what their operating budgets have been.
And that's why we came up with the process of offering grant consultations and meetings with them to share with them and highlight requests and how they should be made. And that was not carried through. So we should have to take on our end that we did not come through with the promises that we made either.
Well, but I would contend though, Ms. Swearingen, those information sessions did not take place, not based upon anything that the council did or didn't do, based upon, or it was more so based upon what our current environment is. And every organization was subject to the same ramifications of COVID-19 as was the organizations that were listed here.
And all due respect, Mr. Chair, can we vote on this?
Yeah. Now, are we voting? Well,
on whether to appropriate things.
Order.
Yes.
Would we not have to amend our resolution? We're violating our own guidelines. I mean, we can't allocate money, myself included. I just realized that I have violated our resolution and rules, and we'll need to get with my staff between now and the main meeting to cure that default. But we can't allocate, I don't have the authority to allocate funds that violate the rules of the funding resolution.
Ms. Carlisle, what aspects of the funding resolution?
The 30% rule. Is that not in our funding guidelines?
It's a fifth whereas in the resolution.
Can you
repeat? It's a fifth whereas in the resolution.
Repeat.
I pulled up. It's the fifth whereas in the resolution. Let me pull it up for everyone. I apologize.
I guess, Councilman Jones, I agree with you. I mean, I think we're going to set out a list of rules. We need to follow those in order to keep the integrity of the process intact. But it was a point of order, so I'll refrain from commenting any longer, but I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't violating our own rules.
Okay, well, colleagues, what I would suggest is that we have a majority of the grant requests where the amounts that have been allocated to them they do not exceed, and there's no dispute with those. So I would ask that we approve those as a slate because there's no dispute with those. And for those individual council members who would want to object, and I would be one of those, granting an amount greater than what their operating budget is, we should separate the question and have what our votes are on the record for those. Councilman Warren and then Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Just wondering, looking at that, I'm wondering, what does cognizant mean? Does that mean that we're aware of it and we try to never make it happen?
It's
or
exactly
does it
what
mean
it
we
means.
make a conscious decision to go over that amount? And I'm not sure what cognizant means in this context. And do we have anyone who could give me a legal definition of what it means in our resolution? Or
It simply means to be aware.
Do we have leeway or wiggle room?
It simply means to be aware. There is nothing prohibitive in the language.
So it does mean we could actually do that on these 9 if we chose to. We just have to be aware that we're doing it here and we're setting a precedent. And we may or may not want to do it for that reason. Is that correct?
Spot on, Councilman.
Thank you. Appreciate the legal backup, Dr. Councilman Smiley.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes, what I read, it says the budget. What you're referring to is the previous year income report. Am I correct?
Okay, you read operating budget, but
Right.
but
there was 2 columns. One column did have their operating budget. And then in the other column was what they actually received or reported to the IRS. So, but what I'm hearing is you're asking us not to exceed the 30% of what was presented to IRS. But that's not what that resolution says. It says the budget.
But Ms. Johnson, if there's nothing preventing any organization from putting down that they have a $400,000 budget.
Correct.
How do we verify that? The way that we verify what their budget is, and the revenue portion of a budget is going to be filed with the IRS. And so the 990 is just our verification of what they are representing to be the operating budget.
May I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think then we need to amend the resolution for the future, because that's not what's said in the resolution.
Well, okay, so we're the ones who have to be responsible for taxpayer dollars. Are we as a body, are we going to sit here and say we're going to take everybody at their word without any verification of what their revenues or budgets are?
Exactly. I understand, but we're at a point where it has not been established that way. The wording was budget in the resolution. So we have to go by what was already been set.
But the way that we verify that budget, though, Ms. Johnson, is the 990.
That's not what's said in the resolution.
Well, no. So we don't have to. I would say we don't have to tell anybody that we're going to verify what they're reflecting. You know, if you and I go to the bank and apply for a loan, I can say I make $1 million. Are they going to give me money based upon what I put on paper to say my income is? They're going to ask for verification, and I think it would be irresponsible for us as a council to grant funds to an organization based upon what they say that their operating budgets are or what their revenues are with any sort of verification.
But Mr. Chair, some of them said that they had in-kind contributions which went towards their budget, which was not claimed on the IRS. So,
but Ms. Swearinger, we gave them an opportunity to specify that.
They did. Some of the ones that you have on this list, they did specify that. I heard it in their presentation. I heard it in their presentation that they received in-kind contributions. Even number 2, he shared that he received in-kind contributions.
number 2 would be which one?
Youth engineered success. He shared that when he would fed the individuals for the tournaments, and when he had all of those, he would receive contributions from properties and some others. And they did receive in-kind contributions, which went towards their budget that they didn't have to claim on IRS. They don't always receive monetary donations.
Okay. But with those in-kind donations, and there's one in particular that I'm thinking of, with those in-kind donations, would they have inflated a budget that may have been $42,000 to $100,000?
If it had been placed on the document, we would have known that. But there was a missing item that they were not able to submit.
Well, colleagues, look, it's the will of the body. We each own each one of our votes. That's why I would say, I would ask for us to divide the question between those that there's no discrepancy or question about, and then those that there are. And we vote what our desires and what our wills are. So is there, is Mr. Canale on the call?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I need somebody to step in for me because I would like to make a motion.
Motion to approve the previous recommendation of the chair to approve all grants with the exception of the 9 mentioned in the email, and have those be reevaluated individually.
Second.
Okay.
Point of order.
Is that dividing the question?
Yes, point of order. So I guess my question is, if we go with that current motion, will we still have an opportunity to vote on the other 9 today?
Yes.
Well, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
And Councilman Jones, if I may, I just want to let you know that my staff is currently working on right sizing one of those that I'm involved in to try and get it down and reallocating that to the appropriate organization so that we meet the intent of the guidelines.
Okay. Now,
Thank you, sir.
how many organizations is that, Mr. Carlisle?
It is just Uplift Westwood. We're working with Councilman Ford and his staff just to make sure that he has the opportunity to weigh in if there is a reallocation, just to make sure it's fair to everyone.
Okay. Uplift Westwood was one of the ones that would be separated. So we still can vote on the motion that was made by.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just giving you a heads up that by the time we get to that one, it'll be back down to where it needs to be.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I'm in full agreement with all of your comments today.
Okay. Okay. Motion of.
Ready
Ms.
for a
Martin,
vote,
have you been
Chairman
recognized?
Jones? I believe that's everyone that's in the queue.
Okay.
Okay. I can do a roll call vote. We're voting on a motion to approve the attachment A minus the 9 organizations listed in Councilman Jones's email. I will read that out.
Okay, you'll read those out again.
Minus Memphis Gridiron Ministries, Youth Engineered Success, April 4th Foundation, Ladies in Need Can Survive, Memphis Kings Youth, Joining Greatness, Uplift Westwood CDC, National Tourism and Heritage Association, and STS Enterprises. The rest of the items on attachment A within your document are included in this motion. A yes vote is in favor and a no vote would not be in favor. Councilwoman.
Well, may I add to the motion, Councilman Jones, that we move this downstairs tonight with same 9 minutes? Would that be appropriate?
Yes.
With same 9 minutes. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Colvett. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
No.
Councilman Ford.
Yes, and I need to make a motion after this.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Yes. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Johnson,
No.
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chairman Robinson, and Chairman Jones.
Aye. That motion passes. Mr. Ford? Mr.
Yes.
Ford? Yes.
Okay. I like to move to amend the resolution to allocate my remaining grant funds of $57,000 as follows. $2,500.
Mr. Ford, if we could go through, because yours going to be a list of them, I would like for us to dispose of the 9 that we currently have.
Okay, and then we can come back to this?
Yes.
Okay, and I have no problem. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
In reference to the 9 agencies that have not met, exceeded that 30%, have they been notified that they did receive funding or granted any funding?
No, Ms. Johnson, it's not that they can't receive funding. It's just the amount.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
It's not that they're not going to receive any funding. So the organizations right now that are in question right now, they still are allocated to receive funding. So it's not like any of these 9 organizations are going to go from an amount to 0.
I would hope not, but again, if they have received notification, unfortunately, it's not a secret how much funding was being provided to everyone. So I would just think it's, again, another disservice if they have in their mind that they were allotted X number of dollars, and now we're going to make a change.
Councilwoman Johnson, all agencies were notified that no funding allocations would be final until final approval from the council at this meeting after it was approved. They were all notified they would be posted, but nothing would be final until you guys had a vote. So they are aware. I can forward you the email that was sent to them as well.
Those are my comments in general, that, you know, if we're going to make changes like this, then some of those changes definitely should have been identified a long time ago. And so we're not going to do it. Just like you identified individuals that did not qualify. Those should have been disqualified a long time ago if we're going to go by practice. I just think it's kind of making it muddy, the situation that we're in. Those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Councilwoman Johnson. And because we did not have on the document for them to submit their in-kind contributions, which possibly could have gone towards their annual budget, which was not considered the 30%, which was in the resolution, I would like for us to go on with giving these individuals the money that's have been allocated and possibly clean it up next year.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Smiley.
Well, I don't know. I think we need to move on and deal with this at a later date. After, and I think each council member has gone through and allocated the dollars that they were, I guess, distributed. Have the ability to allocate to each organization. They've taken the time, went through, vetted each organization, are intimately familiar with the organizations. I think it's each council member's discretion at this point. So I would move that we go ahead and take a vote on the remaining 9.
Second.
Okay. Motion has been made and second that we vote on the remaining 9 organizations at their original funding requested amount?
Yes, whatever amount that the council members deemed and the information sent to the staff.
Okay. Councilman Carlisle.
I'll just amend the motion to hold Uplift CDC until my staff can get with Councilman Ford's staff so that we can make sure that we're on the same page and not violating
Okay.
anything. But
I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, so we will be hearing the 8 with the exception of Uplift Westwood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this motion?
Okay, Councilman Jones,
Yes, sir.
do I need to amend before we do a vote on this one? Because I
Well,
need to add. I
Do
added
you
it
have the
later.
list in front of you, Councilman Ford?
Say that again, I can hear you.
Do you have the list of 9 in front of you or 8 in front of you?
I don't have that, but I need to make mine as amended because I need to add about 3-4 people.
Okay, well, we still can take that up separately.
Okay, I'm good.
And so that'll be the one that we'll hear right after this vote is taken.
Thank you, sir.
I'll come to you right after that. Okay.
Councilman Jones, I just want to make one brief comment, and I know it's time we need to move on. I just want to say again, for the record, and not to debate the issue really, but from my position is, we laid out a program very clearly. It's been refined year over year. I disagree that there is mass confusion, and when groups are receiving significant amount of grant dollars, it is incumbent upon that organization to demonstrate the responsibility of understanding the rules in which they are writing a grant for. And I think that, sitting out and spending the amount of time we did in January and February to debate this program and then vote on it and then basically throw the rules out the window because of what individual members want to do, we might as well just amend next year's resolution and say, here's 150 grand, you can go do with it what you want. So I just think that it's unfortunate that we spent all that time debating these rules and now we're just going to pretend like they're not there. And I appreciate Councilman Jones's convictions in the matter, and I stand behind him with it. And we'll allow the will of the body to be the will of the body. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call vote on this item, please? Which would be
Yes, sir. This will be a roll call vote to accept it.
Funded amount minus Uplift Westwood CDC.
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan? Councilman Colvett?
No.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman, Councilman Morgan?
No.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Smiley?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Canale? Councilman Carlisle?
No.
Councilman Warren?
Yes.
Chairwoman Robinson? And Chairman Jones?
No. That item passes. Next, we still have Uplift Westwood on hold. So Councilman Ford, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I'd like to move to amend the resolution to allocate my remaining grant funds of $57,000 as follows. $2,500 to Memphis Women Aiming Higher. That's number 7. $5,000 to the Ernest C. Withers Historical Photography Foundation. That's number 36. $8,600 to One Room for Rent. That's number 73. And $2,500 to Mission Possible, number 69, which leaves $38,400, which I would like to go to Sky Cop cameras within the District 6 as determined. Thank you.
Councilman Ford, I believe the
Yes.
camera remaining amount may be 40,500. Is that what you have?
Well, let's see, 25. Let's see. It's been 40,900. If I take 2,500 more off of there. $38,400.
Okay, you said
Is that what
you're
you
right.
get?
She just double checked. You're right. That's the amount, and we'll double check on our end as well.
You know, I was a math major. Just messing with you. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay,
Good. I like to move it.
motion has been made. Is there a second to?
Second.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Second.
Motion made by Ford, seconded by Carlisle. Is there any council member that wants to speak on this? Well, I'd like to speak on it, Ms. Ford, just the provision from the SkyCop camera standpoint. Do we not have, did we not have in this budget funds for the SkyCop cameras for all single member districts?
Well, you know, we've been trying to get in touch with everybody. We hadn't gotten any response. It should have been put in there, but they can't tell me anything. And, you know, that's why I said until determined, because we got to find out. They supposed to have been putting them different places, but they act like they don't know what we're talking about, okay? So we on top of that right now. So I should know something about that today.
Okay, well,
okay? Because one reason we've had a lot of crime in my district down here in Whitehaven. You know, people have been shooting, been breaking into cars, doing everything else. Some of those cameras where I would like for them to be should have already been up, but they act like they don't know what's going on. So, but we're checking, Councilman Jones, on all of that, which some of it should have been done already.
Okay, well, because I think that what we, I guess the whole nature of this particular program, the way that it was originally conceived, is that this is for nonprofit organizations. And when it comes to expenditures like Sky Cops, that's already part of our budgeting. And so I would, you know, just my personal opinion on this, I'm in support of the allocations for all of the nonprofit organizations, but not in support of using these grant funds that the council specified for grants for something that we could take care of in another part of our city operating budget. Just my personal view.
I know you're talking about grant. I know you're talking about grant fund, but that was my council district's money. Yeah, you know, okay. So I could use it in way in which you want. I think it was come up once before. I mean, you may want to check the records, but you know, if you know, I may move that 38.4. If they tell me, hey, my cameras will be put up, I will not move. I mean, you may need to check because I want cameras put up. And if I have to allocate my money for that, in which that's my council money to do what I need to do. That's why I'm coming back with this particular one. But now if they come and tell me that they're supposed to put them up in certain areas where I'm having problems right now, you may not know about the problem, but you super district. Hey, Whitehaven, right around the corner from me, they were shooting. Over here at Auburn Ridge, right on Shelby Drive, they've been, hey, it's really been kind of problems that I've been having. So and they've been calling me. That's why I want that money there with them unless I can find out them whenever we find out where my camera's supposed to be. You know, I can ride around the different districts and hey, I see a lot of cameras. But I can ride around mine and they hadn't moved right now. I have an issue with that one, okay? I got a big issue with it because, hey, I can go certain places and they got them on every street. I can't find mine right now. So Councilman Jones, that's why I want my 38.4 for right now. And that's my council money. Nobody else's. I can use it the way in which I would like, okay? I thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Okay. Nobody else.
And it's been done before and before and before and before. So I mean, hey, it's nothing new. Thank you.
Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call on this item, please?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan? Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen? Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Councilman Smiley? Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Canale? Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chairman Robinson? And Chairman Jones. Can I revisit a few votes? Is anyone back on the line? Councilman Swearingen? Smiley? Easter Thomas? Okay, Smiley is an aye. Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
And Councilwoman Swearingen, I saw her pop up. Are you on the line, Councilwoman Swearingen? Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, that item passed.
Thank you.
Mr. Carlisle, did you want to make a motion on Uplift Westwood CDC?
Sorry, Chair. Well, what I'd like to do is my staff is figuring out what that number needs to be. And if it's okay, I guess, can we send it downstairs without objection? And I'm going to amend it on the floor to right size it towards the program.
Okay, so let's, if you could make a motion to send it downstairs without an allocated dollar amount.
Perfect.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move that we send Uplift Westwood CDC downstairs without an allocation, which will be we'll find that number by tonight to match the program, and then there will likely be an amendment to another organization with that with whatever that surplus looks like.
Sounds good.
Second.
Okay, has been moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Smiley?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
And Chairman Jones.
All right, that item passed. Is there any other business to come before the Council's Budget Committee? Seeing none, this committee meeting is adjourned.
Safety and Homeland Security meetings called to order Tuesday, October 6, 2020. Ms. Keppinger, could you please call roll?
Carlisle? Colvett?
Here.
Easter Thomas?
Present.
Ford?
Present.
Johnson?
Present.
Jones? Let's see
Here.
him.
Here.
Logan? Morgan?
Here.
Robinson? Smiley?
I'm here.
Warren? Warren. Chair Swearingen.
Present. Thank you very kindly, Ms. Keplinger. We have 5 items on the agenda. Number 5 is being held for 2 weeks. Item number 1, a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2021 operating budget and to accept a reimbursement in the amount not to exceed $22,000 from the FBI for expenditures by MPD Homicide Violent Crime Unit. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May we place this item on the table, please? May I have this item? Ford moved, second.
Smiley.
Thank you very kindly. Is there anyone from the administration to speak regarding this item?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Those funds will be used to purchase laptops for our homicide unit and also VCU and software.
Thank you very kindly. We all know who you are, but if you could give us your name and your address for the records, please, sir.
Yeah, Director Rawlings, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main.
Thank you very kindly. Is there anything else you'd like to add to this item?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Director. Ready to place this item for a vote. Ms. Keplinger, can you please lead us in a roll call?
Nally. Carlisle. Colbert.
Yes.
Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Morgan.
Yes.
Smiley. Warren. Chair Swearingen.
Aye. This item passed. Item number 2, a resolution to appropriate funds in the amount of $103,128.88 that were allocated in fiscal year 21 to FS 02011 Fire Station 43 Information Technology Funds by GO Bonds, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Is there anyone from the administration who would like to speak on item number 2? All right, may we place this item on the table for a motion?
Johnson moves it.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Second.
Colbert, second.
Thank you, Colbert. No one's here to speak for that item, so Ms. Keplinger, if you would please lead us in a roll call.
Carlisle. Colbert.
Yes.
Easter Thomas. Ford.
Yes.
Ford.
Okay.
Johnson.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Morgan.
Yes.
Smiley.
Swearingen.
Aye. This item passed. Item number 3, a resolution to accept and appropriate 2019 Fire Prevention and Safety Grant Program Fund and the amount of $38,011.43 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to be used to train fire personnel to the Tennessee State Certified Fire Investigator 1 level. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May we place this item on the table for a motion, please?
Johnson moves it.
Thank you, Ms. Councilwoman Johnson. Second, please. May I have a second? May I kindly have a second? Okay, thank you, Councilman Colbert. Is there anyone from the administration here to speak on this item? Item number 3. No one seems to be present. Ms. Keplinger, please lead us in a roll call.
I don't see him, but it's Carlisle Covette.
Yes.
Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Ford. Thank you. Ford.
Yes. Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Morgan.
Yes.
Smiley. Chair Swearingen.
Aye. This item passed. Item number 4, our last item, a resolution transferring allocations and appropriate funds in the amount of $185,000 from SS 21100 fiscal year 21 fire station improvement cover to FS 02034 security camera. All council districts sponsored by the administration. May we place this item on the table for a motion, please?
Move it.
Seconded, Johnson.
Okay. Who was this, Smiley or Colbert that moved it first?
Go back.
Okay. Colbert and Johnson, thank you very kindly. Is there anyone from the administration to speak on this item? If not, Ms. Keplinger, may we once again place a roll call?
I do see the fire director, the fire chief. If there are any questions.
Ma'am, I didn't hear that. Oh,
I do see the fire chief on.
Director Sweat, we yield the floor to you. Please announce your name and your position for the record.
Gina Sweat, Fire Director, City of Memphis, and I apologize. This somehow didn't make it to my calendar. So, which item are you discussing?
Item number 4. A resolution transferring and allocating funds from a fire station to improve the covers of security cameras.
Oh yes, ma'am. This is part of, as you've probably seen on the news, we've had several car break-ins at different fire stations. So this is a part of an overall program to have security cameras installed to cover the parking lots to help protect the firefighters' personal vehicles a little better. So this is from the fire station cover line.
And a needed item. Is there anything else that you'd like?
Very much needed. It's very frustrating when our folks are out on a call trying to save lives and property of the citizens, and those very citizens are breaking in their vehicles. So this is definitely something that's needed, along with some other security measures that we're working on.
It sounds synonymous to what Councilman Ford was just sharing within his district as well. Ms. Keplinger, could you please lead us in a roll call regarding this item?
Yes, ma'am. Covette.
I had a quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Jones.
Director Sweat, this would cover all of our fire stations, this allocation.
This will complete, yes, another allocation that was made. This should help us with the initial coverage to get the parking lots covered. And once we see how far we can make this covered with the parking lots, make sure we have good coverage, we'll do a review of the overall security program.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, ma'am.
Are there any other questions regarding this item or any other concerns? Ms. Keplinger, the ball is in your court.
Councilman Covette.
Yes.
Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Jones.
Aye.
Morgan.
Yes.
Smiley. Swearingen.
Aye. Is there any further business that needs to be discussed in this committee? If not, this meeting stands in adjournment.
is called to order. Today's date is Tuesday, October 6, 2020. Can we please get a roll call?
Yes, sir. Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
We're getting a lot of feedback. If there's somebody on that's not muted, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvette.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearinger.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
All right, thank you very much. We have 3 items on today's agenda. I'm going to go ahead and start with item number 2, since there's no action required by council. Agenda item number 2 is receipt of State of Tennessee reports on debt from CT-0253 from MLGW Bonds, Series 2020 for electric, gas, and water divisions. This is requested by MLGW. I believe the only action I need to take is say that we are in receipt of that debt report. And is there anybody at MLGW that wants to speak on this, or should we move on to the next item?
Mr. Chairman, this is Alan Wade. I think the report was provided to all council members. It details all of the aspects of each of the 4 bond issues that were very successful. By law, all we have to do is acknowledge them, and absent some question, I would think all you need to do is say that you received it and that we will make it a part of our official records tonight.
Sounds good. I'm in receipt of the 4 bond reports, and we will make them a part of our official records tonight. Okay. Any questions from council members? All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 1, which is an ordinance requesting that Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division create a voter education program to provide voter registration information to residential account holders within the corporate limits of the city of Memphis, and to assign the function of operating and maintaining program within the corporate limits of the city, the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. So Councilman Smiley, I'll kick this to you, and then we'll go to questions. I see Councilman Carlisle in queue, and I have kind of a clean
Councilman Carlisle. Okay. Thank you, Councilman Morgan. I think this is pretty straightforward. I don't think I need to do a long presentation of it. It was essentially, this ordinance would essentially require MLGW to send out voter registration forms, and along with their, I guess, new customer information packet. So essentially, when a new customer moves or seeks a new connection request with MLGW gets them signed up. Shortly thereafter, MLGW sends out a new customer packet, and in that packet would include a voter registration form and maybe some additional language saying, if you're seeking to, I guess, change your address or new to the city, you fill out this form and you'll get you registered to vote. It's pretty straightforward. I think is needed. I think any opportunity or any avenue that we can take to increase the voter rate in the city, those individuals who are eligible to vote, I think is something that we should be doing. And I believe at this point I need to read, I'm not sure if I need to read anything. Essentially, the ordinance is a placeholder. We'll get it filled out with the appropriate language once we get to the 3rd reading, but it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Councilman Smiley, you're not required to read it into the record. Everybody has the paperwork.
Okay, great. Any questions?
Yeah, going to the queue, Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, Councilman Smiley, look, I think that just bringing light to this issue and utilizing an avenue in which we were already sending information, and MLGW probably has a better idea about where people are living, even when they're moving from apartments to apartments, because they've got to either move their accounts or open a new one. And so utilizing their mail system to help people register to vote, I think, is a great idea. I'm sure there is an incremental cost of which MLGW will be more than happy to work because of the civic nature of it. I guess for mine, it's only mechanical. You mentioned the word require. I don't know that we can legally do that. The ordinance says request. So I'm just going to ask you, is it necessary that this is an ordinance, or should we, because we can't require them to do it by law, should we not just make this a resolution and move it downstairs tonight and ask them to create a program? And since we've got MLGW on the line, I'm sure that they'd be happy to go on the record committing to working with you to create that program.
So, well, I've been in constant communications with Mr. Young and Ms. Carson as well, and also the Election Commission. But you did ask a question that I would love to hear from Mr. Alvin Wade speak to, which is whether or not is this something that we could require of MLGW, or whether this should be, I guess, framed in as a resolution. Attorney Wade, you still with us?
Yes, I am. I guess I don't. I have to apologize. I don't have it in front of me. I think what I understood is that you were requesting them to implement this program. Right now, they do send out, they add things to their bill, like our solid waste fee and things of that nature. I think that's by agreement. But I'll let them weigh in on it. If it is, if it's their inclination to agree to do this, and I don't know that we need an ordinance. I think a resolution can get it done today. We can be off to the races. But I'd like to hear from them about what they think they require.
Okay.
Councilman Smiley, weigh in.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I've had long conversations with the councilman. I've also talked with Linda Phillips with the Election Commission, and we do have a packet of information. It's called our customer handbook, customer communications for new customers. And the councilman and I agree that that would be a good avenue, since we are already sending information to new customers, that we would just insert the form in there. And I talked with Ms. Phillips, and she said normally it has to be car stock, but she's going to try to get an exception. So if we just use sheet or pay, copy it and have the address on the back, they will not add additional weight to the packet of information.
Could I guess for me, and I think Councilman Smiley will agree, could what I appreciate is that I've got this leadership group at MLGW. My concern would be, if I were Councilman Smiley, would be that when a new leader, will the Board of Commissioners take the affirmative step to, I guess, ratify for MLGW that you guys will continue to participate in this program, I'll say today, in perpetuity. What we would hate to see is that when this group leaves, that a new leadership group may not be as in sync with this council on wanting to make sure that people are registering to vote.
Absolutely, and I mean that was the intent of the reason it says ordinance as opposed to resolution. The concern is if there was a change in leadership, that this would no longer be in place, just because it's something that I guess it would be it would essentially serve as the wheel of the current MLGW leadership. So those are the reasons ordinance, and you're absolutely right, Councilman Carlisle. President Young,
this is JT Young, President of MLGW. Thank you, and we are certainly supportive of the effort. One of the things that I believe we could do, and I may stand corrected, but one of the things I believe we could do is ask our board to ratify this, and we'll need to get some clarification on the cost and all of that. But the concept, and as I've talked to Councilman Smiley about this, is one that we certainly support.
Okay, then I guess my final question, because right now is drafted as a potential ordinance? Would a resolution suffice, or does it need to be framed in terms of an ordinance? That's my, I think that's my.
Councilman, this is Alan again. I think, I think it's important that this thing get off the ground immediately. I would urge you to do a resolution and keep in your back pocket an ordinance to the extent that there is any pushback down the road. I think you can pull it out and we can roll with it. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Ms. Hyman, you still with us?
I am here. We will have a resolution ready, and it will go out before we get to the full council meeting.
Yeah, I think it'd be my recommendation that during the executive committee, we can add the resolution to the agenda for downstairs tonight. And that we can all have a copy of the resolution by executive. I think that would work mechanically pretty well.
We will do that.
Yeah, and this is Alan. I think this is, sorry to interrupt you, Councilman. I think, Ms. Hyman, if you would add a provision to the resolution that we're also asking the MLGNW board to ratify their participation in this program. And I think that should suffice as an agreement going forward, to the extent that down the road, we get some people that are on steroids from a new administration that want to change their mind. We could pull out an ordinance and try to do it then.
Okay. I'm perfectly in agreement with that. Was there a motion made to do that? Or do I need to make it?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. And feel free to join as co-sponsors, everyone.
Yeah. Councilor Smiley, this is a wonderful idea. And I just want to take the platform while we've got it to remind those listening today is the last day to register to vote before the November election. So get on out there and register, please.
So I think with what's been discussed, without objection, we table the ordinance subject to a resolution being introduced in executive that'll be on the agenda for downstairs. So there's no need to hold a vote on this at the moment in MLGW committee. That can be done in executive. And I see Councilman Swearingen and Councilman Easter Thomas have requested to be co-sponsors. Anybody else that would like to be a co-sponsor? I guess you can, I see Dr. Warren and and Councilman Ford and Carlisle, but also you can email staff and let them know before executive. I do have two questions about the program. One is, do we have an estimated cost, or did it sound like we'd just be able to do it? And then the second would be, this says that cost, if there is a cost, I suppose it's within the MLGW budget, so it's borne by MLGW customers. Is this a program that we'd want to limit to just the city of Memphis, or we want to have it be the entire MLGW footprint, since the customers are the ones bearing the cost?
Yeah, let me just address that, Council Morgan's JT. I would suggest that since we're doing this with new customers, if that's the process with the new customer packet that we typically send out, we don't restrict that to just the city of Memphis. Those go to all customers that are all across the, so I would suggest that it be across the entire service area. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. I mean, if it's good for Memphis, it's good for, if it's good for Memphis, it's good for Shelby County, and I pay taxes there, and I want responsible government there as well. Okay, so that was one question. Do we have an estimated on the cost of what it would to include? Yeah, I mean, it might be nominal. It might just be postage. I have no idea.
It would not be additional. It would not be additional postage because we're already sending it. What I'm checking on is, would it be an additional cost to add an insert, because an external company does this for us. We don't do this. We send them the information and they take care of the packet from A to Z.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Anybody else on agenda item number 1? Councilman Smiley, you all set?
Yep, I'm all good.
Okay. We will be hearing more on that, I guess, in executive. Agenda item number 3 is a presentation by MLGW on their selection of GDS Associates Incorporated to provide power supply consultancy at an amount of $520,000. This is requested by MLGW. And before I turn it over to Mr. Young and his team, I just want to remind council members about our role in contracting versus the role of the MLGW board in contracting. In that, in this instance, we're hearing a presentation in committee now, but we vote up and vote down the contracts that are presented to us by the MLGW board. And it's the same for the budget. We don't make amendments. We can ask any questions we want. We can have any kind of discussion we want. We can make any kind of recommendations we want. But at the end of the day, we are bound to vote up or vote down what is presented to us. And it becomes a little bit of a political game if we start dictating back and forth terms of a contract with the MLGW board. And we should be careful, as we discussed earlier this year, about weighing into the specifics if council members are starting to negotiate contracts on behalf of MLGW or on behalf of the city can be some dangerous territory. So I just wanted to say that as a bit of a reminder before we get into this discussion, and hopefully we'll have a good one here. Mr. Young, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I just want to say that we're excited about the opportunity ahead. On the 24th of September, the MLGW board unanimously approved the selection of GDS Associates to move forward as the consultant on the power supply RFP, or request for proposals. You may be aware that the integrated resource plan had been completed back during the summer. And the next step from that, of course, is to move forward now to assess and validate any estimated savings, or in particular, some particular savings that may be out there for power supply for our customers. And so we solicited 8 firms, 8 vendors, and 5 of the 8 responded. And 3 of the 5 that responded were selected to be interviewed. And out of that, the GDS and Associates were selected. We tried to make sure that each of you received a copy of frequently asked questions regarding the RFP process, as well as additional presentations that reflect on how this process was done. And I do agree, and we actually did get same-day minutes on the 24th, so we actually have now, pending your approval, a meeting schedule, a kickoff meeting schedule for this Friday to get started with the process and move forward in determining being able to make a decision ultimately regarding should we give notice to TVA, and if so, when, regarding our power supply. And that's really, we need to keep that in mind. That's the overall objective here as we move forward. And in order to make that decision, we really need to understand everything that's really on the table with regards to cost. And so we don't want to make any preemptive decisions that we would later regret. And the way that we have packaged this and the way that we have worked out the agreement with GDS will allow us to do just that. So I'm open for any questions. We certainly have GDS representatives available to respond, as well as our members from our team that can answer any questions that you all may have. And this, of course, as you know, is a board resolution that will appear on the consent agenda this afternoon to be approved with the other consent items from MLGW. With that, I'll take any questions that you all may have.
Thank you. We've got Councilman Warren in the queue, followed by Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was reviewing this and noticing the difference in cost between this and other bidders. Can you explain the MLGW board's thought process behind that?
Well, I'm going to actually ask Alonzo Weaver to address that in particular. But as you know, those costs that you saw, I believe, in what we sent you, there are some, of course, they're all different. And I'm going to let Alonzo explain how that was evaluated and processed as we made the final decision. Alonzo?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So the cost for GDS was pretty well fixed. We saw that that the cost for Charles River, which was another candidate, had some variable components to it, which we could see that would probably escalate the cost of that very quickly. ACES was slightly higher than GDS. That they were all within the ballpark to start off with. We don't necessarily make these types of decisions strictly on cost of these professional services. So it's more than just the cost factors involved.
It was my understanding that there was not a component of this request that asked for what would happen with a blank proposal, where we asked for, tell us what it would cost to get us our transmission and tell us what our electricity would cost. Is that true that we, in this particular RFP, it included a production component?
So, and let me make sure I understand your question. The consultant that's on board, we're trying to bring on board now, is going to go out to ask those very questions. How much it will cost for power coming into Memphis? How much will it cost for power that's going to be constructed in the Shelby County area MLGW footprint? So that is what they're tasked to do. The transmission costs for doing that, they're going to be putting out an RFP for that. That is what they're tasked to do. So this is in order to get the consultant to get that information. I don't know if that answers your question or not, Dr. Warren.
Well, I was sort of looking through the documents, and it seemed to me like there was a dramatic difference in the cost from the current winner and I guess the other two people were providing. And it seems like we're paying much more for this than the $150,000 that ACES told us they could do this study for prior to entering to your RFP, situation when it had a non-confidentiality or confidentiality clause. They had told the mayor that they could do this for us for $150,000. So $150,000 versus $550,000 seemed like that's a pretty big difference.
Correct, and that is the $150,000 was something that they gave to the mayor. That was not after looking at the request for engagement and the stipulations and the specifications that we laid out for all our candidates to be reviewed. So that is, we put everybody on an even playing field. We put it on the.
And so the stipulations that you put in were different than what we asked for, which was, what does it cost to supply our power? So that was one of the
stipulations that we put in were the stipulations that we require.
That were different from that.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know what you asked for.
Let me respond to that, Councilman Warren. You're exactly right. Those were different. And let me try to add some light on that, if I may, because as you heard Alonzo mention, we actually had a scope of work that was necessary for us to get to the point, as I mentioned earlier, to be able to make a decision around whether or not we do give notice to TVA or not, and if so, when. Getting a price on power, just power itself or energy alone, is a task that takes a little time. That information that you would receive from that is important, but it is incomplete. And so the reason we set the requirements the way we did in our solicitation is because we did not want to get a price for a car without an engine. We didn't want to get a price for a car without wheels. So what we really needed is a total price, because what we pay for today is a total price. And so it would be less optimal for us to have a price just for the energy that could be obtained in the market, which is a component of what GDS will do, than to get the total price so that we can know what to do with that decision. If we have, say, 3-4 months from now, just a price for power in the marketplace, knowing that would be great, but it would be incomplete and we would not be able to make a decision based on that. So the other components that I think you heard Alonzo talk about are the components that are essential for our business, for us to be able to make a comprehensive decision in the best interest of our customers. And that's what we included in the solicitation that went to the 8 vendors who responded.
Thank you. I understood that during the MLG&W board, there was some discussion about Volunteer Electric Company. Is that correct?
I think it was a mention, volunteer was mentioned, yes.
Yeah, and in what context were they mentioned and how was that done? What were they discussing?
Yeah, I don't know the details, but I think it was mentioned that Volunteer is one of the local power companies that's contemplating whether or not to remain within TVA, which is something they've been contemplating quite frankly for a while.
Did anyone happen to mention that they'd already built 300 miles of transmission line? Was that mentioned to the board and someone told them that's what they're looking for? So we're in a very different situation because we're going to have a transmission line, but they're thinking about leaving, or their RFPs are different because they've already got those lines built. Was that part of the discussion?
I can't recall. If someone else is on the call that may recall that, I don't recall specifically what you mentioned.
Thank you,
I know that there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know that there are some entities that are looking that do have ties to other markets presently, and I don't know if it's volunteer, but I know there's some that do. And I know there's some that want to challenge TVA on whether or not you can get network service from them.
That's my next question is, would you be willing to be in an amicus brief with Volunteer Electric to see if we can actually use the TVA lines that we've been paying for 80 years? As I think there's a possibility some of these other companies, either them or another company, may be taking that to the Federal Power Commission to see if we can use those lines. Would that make a difference in how we're thinking about the cost for our transmission and leaving TVA?
Let me ask, I don't know if Cheryl Patterson is on, but that's a great question, Councilman, and I'm going to ask Cheryl to address that.
Good afternoon. We obviously have been looking at this issue in great detail. I'm not prepared to commit to submitting a brief on this issue, either for or against. A lot of it will depend on the allegations and approach that is brought by whoever is bringing that lawsuit. But obviously, we are interested and engaged in this discussion and in discussion about this issue.
Good. And another question, I just want to know for certain that the final winner of this recommendation was your lowest bidder. Is that correct?
Well, if you remember what I think you heard a little bit earlier, this decision was made. They were, of the final 3, they were in the middle between ACES and Charles River. However, a further examination of the Charles River bid, as I may have heard Alonzo speak to, indicated that there would be additional variable costs that would make it more expensive than what you may have seen in the bid. So Alonzo, I'll let you speak to that, but I would say that it was a lower cost for sure. But Alonzo, you want to clarify?
Yeah, and I'll ask Frank to get those numbers if that's what you want. But yes, the Charles River was lower initially, but and looking at it, it's probably going to add up by the time you go through and get started and make additional studies and runs and all that sort of thing. ACES was a little higher than GDS.
But thank you. That's my question for now.
All right. Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, so much. I have a first question, I guess, for you. Are we expected to vote on this today in regards to accepting this amount, this proposal?
We're not voting on this committee. As standard with any MLGW contract that's over $50,000, it is on our MLGW fiscal consent agenda. So it's on the agenda with a number of other contracts over $50,000. And if we want to divide the question and have a singular vote on this, which happens from time to time, we can do that.
Okay.
But it is on the agenda at 3:30.
Okay. I guess the first thing I have to say to Mr. Young is, I was really expecting a presentation. And it seems like we're pulling the data to get the actual presentation. I'm getting bits and pieces of it in reference to what the proposal RFP actually was asking for. And I was hoping that that would come today to know exactly what you were requesting. But I also still have a concern, and I think I talked to you about this at the maybe last couple of council meetings. Whatever happened to the resolution that this council passed back in May, asking that you go and get with ACES and ask them to do the study in regards to transmission costs and the possibility of other available resources?
Councilman
Now,
Johnson?
Yes.
Just, I don't mean to interrupt, but just a reminder, the resolution we did pass for clarification about ACES and the RFP was not directed towards MLGW or Mr. Young's team or MLGW board. It was sent to the mayor's office.
Okay, well then let me ask this question, Mr. Young. Did the mayor present you this ACES proposal, or did you ever talk to ACES?
Yes, we did. We had a conversation with ACES, including the mayor and I believe Doug McGowan and our team. And subsequent to that resolution, we talked about their capabilities, and we also talked about, due to the nature of what we would be requesting, it was likely that we would do a solicitation to which ACES would be, of course, allowed to participate, and they did. And so I guess just a reminder, what was sent to what was proposed for ACES to do was not adequate for what we needed. So it was if I remember correctly, the $150,000 proposal that you're referencing was really about soliciting the market for power supply costs.
And transmission, and the cost of transmission.
Right, but again, and so at the end of the day, they were not the only entity, that could provide that service. And we began to, as we looked at through the market, we realized that there were a number of entities that could do that. And there were other parameters that also were included in that solicitation that we put out that went to the 8 that we solicited. So, but they were certainly included and they responded as well.
Okay, that's good. And that was at the end, but I'm still trying to understand that if this council passes a resolution making a request, why is it that it was not honored? Why is it that it just was totally disregarded?
If I can respond, it was, I don't believe it was disregarded. I believe it was a request that was made again to the mayor. When we spoke, and ACES, again, when they present us what they had provided to the mayor, it was not a complete proposal that we would have needed to make a decision. Which is why, another reason why we went out to the market to make sure that we put out everything that we would need. And we wanted it to be a fair opportunity for anyone and everyone that could participate. And that's what we did.
Okay. Right now, from my observation of what I'm learning about this process, the most important items that we need to know is how much is it going to cost and the cost of transmission. To my understanding, that ACES report can give us that information for $150,000. Then, if we can get that information in 3 months, that may solve everything we're doing. If it comes back that we totally cannot afford it, we will not have to spend that $520,000. And the discussion could possibly be over with. I just still can't understand that if a request was made, and it's definitely cost-wise reasonable compared to the amount of money that Memphis Light, Gas, and Water has already spent in this operation, why it was not honored. I mean, it just, I'm complexed about that. Everything I was under the impression is the city council requested, it was supposed to be followed through. The mayor didn't come back and tell us he wasn't able to get it done. No one came back and told us it wasn't possible. So now we're here like we're disregarding that request and you're going straight on with a proposal that costs 3 times what we're basically asking for basic information. And I just think that before we proceed with your proposal, we may need to place it on hold and go back and reconsider, at least present. Did you ever present that information to your board, by the way, in regards to what ACE has shared with you?
Well, let me be clear. What we presented to our board was what we would need to have in
I got you, but I'm asking, did you ever present the ACE's proposal to the board that they brought in for the $150,000? Where they
remember, they didn't make that.
Consider.
Yes, ma'am. That proposal was not made to MLGW for $150,000.
Okay, I thought you told me that you had spoken with the mayor.
Yes.
And you spoke with ACE. At no time, the mayor didn't ask for you to present that information or take that information to the board and to take it into consideration?
Well, I think as I mentioned earlier, when we had that conversation with the mayor and with ACES, what we tried to make sure they understood was that, again, they were making a proposal without, we didn't really, provide a lot of any input into that proposal. And so what we wanted to make sure they understood was that when we made a proposal, when we wanted to, we would look at a solicitation to make sure we included everything that we needed. And we knew that ACES was one of many entities that could provide that. Those services.
Okay, I've heard that I think 2 or 3 times. But my question is then, what in your RFP, what were the different areas that you asked them to address that ACES didn't address that's so important, that's more important than the cost of the resources and the cost of transmission that you have to have in order for you to make a decision to move forward?
Well, ACES did respond. Actually, they did. Let me answer your question. Can I answer your question?
Well, let me make sure you understand my question. My question is, you sent out an RFP. And in that RFP, it was more inclusive from what you said versus what ACES provided you initially in their proposal. So I'm asking, what extra did you ask for outside of that proposal?
Right, and as I was about to address, I'm going to ask Frank Fletcher to share that. And Frank, if you wish to key up a presentation, if you have it in presentation format, that might help Councilwoman Johnson to answer that question, or you can just share that with her, the additional components that we needed to have. You want to address that, Frank?
Sure. This is Frank Fletcher, the project manager. And President Young, unfortunately, I am not aware of the ACES $150,000 proposal, so I can't really speak to that. But what I can speak to is the RFP that went out, the ACES bid on, consists of transmission, local generation costs, also renewables, everything that we internally debated and understood that we needed in order to get power to Memphis at a reliable, from a reliability standpoint that we would need, and if we made the decision to leave TVA. So that's what the RFP that went out on the street. And from a bidding component of it, ACES bid on that, the full RFP that went out, and their fixed price was $572,500. GDS fixed price for the exact same RFP, $492,500. And so those were the 2 lowest fixed price proposals that responded back to everything. But again, the MLG&W, along with what we did with Siemens, the integrated resource plan, assessed that we would need in order to reliably bring power to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water if we decided to leave TVA.
Okay, you just said that you did not had an opportunity to review ACES proposal, so you cannot say if that proposal would basically tell us what you just said that you were asking for.
Councilman Johnson.
Sounds like it's the same information.
Councilman Johnson, I'm going to try to clarify a little bit. It's in the language of the contract that was that we're voting on, that we have in our records, and talking about that this RFP that went out to everyone and ACES participated in was for the procurement of electric capacity, energy, transmission, renewable energy, ancillary services, and to assist MLGW in the evaluation of responses to the portfolios identified. And so that is a broader scope of work and a more complete scope of work for what we need to be able to make the best decision possible moving forward. And all those elements are critical, and we can't leave them out of the RFP process and hope to get a good estimate on what the cost of power to MLGW is going to be in the future. ACES participated, GDS participated, 9 others participated. And through the selection process, GDS came out with a proposal that was about 15% cheaper, just doing math in the back of my head. And I believe there were some, I don't want to get into the details, but I believe there were some questions about experience on some of those 6 items of procurement that were being requested in the RFP, that GDS might have more background and experience in some of those items than some of the other bidders as well.
I appreciate that. But at the same time, I'm just of the opinion, my personal opinion, that if you just go with the ACES initial proposal for $150,000, that can get us so much further along. It won't take us 18 months. It was only 3 months in order to get that information. Yes.
May I clarify that? That 150,000 was for power supply only, from my understanding from ACES. It was not for transmission.
It was transmission.
It was not for transmission.
It was.
Well, what proposal? Do you have that proposal?
Point of information. Point of clarity. It's not. Section 2 of the fee schedule of that document is $150,000 for power supply and $250,000 for transmission solutions. And on top of that, it's not fixed. There is an entire section on their hourly rate. So in order for them to bring power supply and transmission solutions, it's a $250,000 contract plus a variable cost schedule, which doesn't address the other sections of the IRP, which I'll bet if you add that in there, you start creeping up towards about $500,000. It's a wildly misleading email from the biz dev guy at ACES.
Okay, that's your opinion. I don't think that way. I think that we should, this council decision to have ACES to do their particular research for $150,000 should have been honored. If it could not be honored, someone should come back to us, explain to us the issues that they had with it and why it was not being honored. So at this time, I'm in a position to say, I'm ready just to put on hold your request for the GSE proposal and ask you to go back and come back and tell us why the ACES proposal was not considered. And
okay,
that's what
Councilman, okay, Councilman Johnson, at this time, there's no motion on the floor to be held.
Excuse me, I can make a motion then at this point that we, at this time, put a hold on the proposed proposal by the GSD. I'm trying to find that document, and let Memphis Light, Gas and Water, Mr. Young, go back and come back with a presentation on why the ACES proposal is inadequate to meet this particular need.
That's what I was going to say. Councilman Johnson, it is already on downstairs agenda, and the appropriate place to change the downstairs agenda is an executive committee, or when we were in the, I guess it's not the downstairs agenda anymore, it's the main meeting agenda. The appropriate place to change that agenda is an executive, or when we're in the main meeting at 3:30. For now, this is just a presentation.
I asked what we're going to, I guess, vote on, and I guess you did tell me we'll vote later on, but so I'm just saying I want to put that out there for thought for my other colleagues. I thank you so much.
Okay. I'm watching the lunch hour as well. We've had some council members that have been patiently waiting in the queue, and we're going to go to Councilman Swearingen, Carlisle, and then we're going to go to Councilman Jones before going back to Councilman Warren, who's already spoken. Okay, Councilman Swearingen.
Thank you very kindly, Chair. I just want to get a sense of clarity. MLGW's board of directors agreed to pay $520,000 to the Georgia-based GDS. They issued an RFP. In addition, they added the $520,000 to the $750,000 they paid to the German-based conglomerate for the IRP, which was a total of $127 million spent of taxpayers' dollars. It took them 3 years to do that study. Then later on, they paid them an additional $68,000 for another study, which led to a $1.34 million that they paid out for the study. As Councilwoman Johnson referred, we asked ACES to do the same thing for $150,000 and to receive it in only 3 months. They did that study, and I'm just trying to figure out why spend a year studying how we get power, even before the power is coming and the cost. If a market focuses on RFP from ACES, it comes in 4 months, and the other one comes in 5 years. I'm just not understanding why spend a year focus on that, and they want to do the transmission, study the transmission before the generation, how to generate it. And the board of MLGW already shared with us that they did not want to do having the generation. So I'm just trying to figure out why they're putting the cart before the horse.
Councilman Swearingen, could you clarify that question?
Sure.
Which cart and which
I said
horse?
that they're putting the cart before the horse. First, the GDS will study the transmission, how the power will get to Memphis. Then it will study self-generation. The MLGW board already said it will not accept self-generation. So why even study it? And after all that is done, GDS will then issue an RFP to power suppliers, which leaves us with a crucial question. Why spend a year studying how we will get the power here before we even know where the power is coming from and at what cost? If the market focuses on RFP with ACES, comes back in 4 years and shows we can get a substantial savings from the MLGW ratepayers, why bother to even study transmission? That would end the area, and Memphis even staying with TVA.
Well, in response to that, Councilwoman Swearingen, thank you for that. I think I'll just say, and I'll pass this to Alonzo, and the GDS folks can answer that more appropriately, probably. But first of all, the plan is not to do transmission first, then wait and do power supply. They will be relatively on parallel paths. Some of them take longer. RFPs will take longer than others, and I'll let them speak to that more specifically. The other thing is what I'll address, what I mentioned a little bit earlier, which is we can get information on power supply prices and whatnot on that. But at the end of the day, what we have to remember is that we've got to provide energy for all of our customers. It's got to be delivered. It's got to be here all the time. It's got to be reliable. So knowing just the price for that, without knowing how we're going to get it here, is not very helpful in us making an ultimate decision as to whether or not we will provide notice to TVA for a 5-year notice. But I'll ask Alonzo and the GDS reps to maybe address that more thoroughly.
Yeah,
Okay,
the key question on the table is, you go ahead, Councilman.
And before you do that, if those 5 studies that earlier said the MLGW leaves TVA, the utility can save up to $450 million annually. If that's correct, then MLGW is leaving anywhere between $500,000 and $1.5 million on the table every day it delays making a decision. And Memphis is a poverty-stricken place, and it's leaving the taxpayers in some serious jeopardy.
Yes, in order to carry out this decision, you have to have certain pieces of information. We have to know where the power is coming from, how much it's going to cost, and how we're going to get it here. That's the decision on the table. So when do we give notice? If we give notice, is the question. Having just knowing the power cost is not the complete answer to the question. For this staff to make a recommendation to our board as to leaving or giving notice, we have to have those questions answered. It's a reliability issue, it's a physics issue, and a monetary issue.
And one other point of clarification too, just to make sure it's clear, we've shared this with our board. I think you may be referencing the fact that there have been some questions around, do we want to own, as MLGW, do we want to own generation? Just as a reminder, the IRP does not necessarily contemplate ownership of generation by MLGW. There are a number of ways that generation can be local generation can be provided without our ownership. So that's just to be clear as a distinction. It was about generation ownership as opposed to local generation for the stability of our system and to make sure that we reliably provide service to our customers. So that's just a distinction.
And Mr. Weaver, I wasn't just speaking of cost. I was asking why spend a year studying how we would get the power here before we even know where the power is coming from?
Are you referring to the IRP?
The IRP, yes.
Okay, so the IRP,
Then I said at what cost? Yes.
Okay, so the IRP, what it does, it models the system, and it identified some transmission lines and connections into the MISO market, but it models what you're trying to do. To get real cost, you have to go out for an RFP, solid RFP on what can be provided, what can be built, and what can be provided. You're talking about $700 million in transmission costs that have to be done. That includes substations within Shelby County, as well as transmission lines that go into Arkansas and into Mississippi. That is not trivial.
If the RFP shows that it won't be in a substantial savings to MLD ratepayers, why bother to even study transmission for a year?
The transmission part of it, and let me give you the timeline, and Chris Dawson can speak to this better than I can with GDS. But the timeline as it is laid out presently is for the transmission RFPs to go out in December or early January. It has the longest lead time because it is the most complicated. You have the issues of siting, you have environmental issues, you have river crossings, and all of that to consider. 1 month later, approximately, maybe a month and a half, you'll have the thermal generation RFP that will go out. That's for the thermal generation that's combined cycle and combustion turbine that would be built here in Shelby County, as well as any thermal resources that are out there in the MISO market. It can be combined cycle, it could be anything that's out there in the MISO market. That will go out in February. Following that will be the renewables. The renewables have the shortest lead time. That is all designed for all of those answers to come in about the same time. When we get that information, then we've got credible information to start looking, okay, do we leave, do we not? Do we need to get some additional information? But that's how that's planned and that's how that works. I asked Chris if he had any additional information on that. Chris Dawson with GDS.
And Alonzo, real quick before Chris chimes in, I'm reading directly from ACE's proposal. Even ACE's transmission proposal is 6 months because it's the longest part of the analysis. If you look at what we're doing with GDS is roughly 120 days, but ACE's proposal to look at transmission again was roughly 180 days, roughly 6 months. And as Alonzo said, it's the most critical piece of the analysis. The IRP looked at that, and so did MISO as well. So that's why it's a critical component that's going to run simultaneously with all of the other ones, but it has to be initiated first because it's going to take the longest. And Chris, I'll let you chime in, but I just wanted to give that bit of information.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. This is Chris Dawson with GDS, just to try to add a little bit of clarity to this previous discussion. We anticipate with City Council approval that we'll be able to get moving releasing these RFPs, these results back somewhere in the summer, fall of next year, which would then allow the MLGW board to make some decisions and obviously inform city council about the opportunities that are out there. And these are real legitimate opportunities. This is what's going to tell us whether or not we have got a viable path forward in order to compare against what we otherwise would have with TVA.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Councilman Sturgeon, yeah, I think
one
we're
last
also,
comment. I'll
I'll
make it
say
brief.
just for everybody, I think this is going to be a discussion that continues at the main meeting.
I'll make it brief.
Okay, thank you.
In the past, we also had a study by MLGW that proved MLGW caused taxpayers to go into poverty, and it was an impact towards poverty in the city of Memphis. We know we're one of the poor cities in the U.S. One of them. We have already spent 1.34 million doing studies between GDS and the German company with the IRP. ACES is only charging $150,000 to do a study. And to me, it's really no comparisons because, and as it ends and the end results, the taxpayers are paying these fees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. I'll address just again, I've read the document. I guess I know there's a lot of phone calls going on in the background as we lead up to these meetings, and happy to invite any of those players making phone calls to come and join us in these committees, and they can just share their thoughts directly with the council and in the open to the public. But we keep saying $150,000. If you want to read the actual contract that ACES provided, that is not what it says. It says $150,000 for power supply, and then an additional fee for transmission resolutions. And it doesn't include the thermal generation or the renewal RFP. I agree with Councilwoman Swearingen's comments about every day that we delay, we potentially could be costing our ratepayers money. So if your idea is to start to get to solutions for our power supply, then we need to move forward and allow the board or we need to allow the MLGW team to meet with GDS. If you are concerned with that, because any vote today that says hold or votes it down just delays the process. You're entitled to your opinion, but that is a fact. It just delays it longer. Could I also I want to clarify something really quickly. Alan Wade, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Just to be abundantly clear, the mayor of Memphis cannot enjoin the CEO of MLGW or its board to enter into a contract. They are not a contracting authority in that regard.
That's correct. The MLG&W board supervises an independent enterprise fund that is separate and distinct from the city. Under the 1980 amendment to the charter of MLG&W, the only authority the mayor has is to receive proposals and pass them on to the council. The mayor cannot originate contracts for MLG&W, neither can the council.
Thank you. Mr. Young, your executive team and your board has run a process, and you've made a recommendation to your board through the end of this RFP process to move forward with GDS Associates. Are you going to make any other recommendation, or the recommendation that your board accept $150,000 scope of work from ACES and ACES only in a no bid agreement?
No, we have to now honor what our board has approved, which is a comprehensive proposal that's on the agenda for this evening.
So again, just to be abundantly clear to the council, there's no pivoting off of this. If we vote it down, the board of MLGW has already made a decision, and we can either cause them to basically sit and stay and delay this process indefinitely, which they can just stay in the 5-year rolling agreement, or we can proceed forward with the GDS Associates group and they can begin vetting the RFP and getting this information, which I understand, and I guess I'll talk directly now to GDS. I want to make sure that we, the Memphis City Council, clearly understands your scope of work and the timing. Hey, Mr. Dawson, good afternoon. Welcome to the main stage.
What questions could I answer specifically?
Well, first off, if you wouldn't mind just telling the council who you are, that'd be helpful.
Sure. Chris Dawson, I'm a partner with GDS Associates. I've been in this business, the electric utility consulting business, for over 25 years. Our firm, GDS, is headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, but we do have offices across the U.S. We have approximately 190 employees, and our main mission is to serve public power entities like the city of Memphis.
Great. So there's been, and this is for the record, because I think this is critically important to several members on the body. There has been a lot of talk about the timing, and Siemens aside, we are where we are today. And the question is how do we, the Memphis City Council, the Board of Commissioners, and MLGW, and our ratepayers, move forward from today to making an earnest and honest decision about our power supply in the future. And if this council approves this contract, from a timing standpoint, what can we expect from GDS Associates from between now and the next 6 months?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilman Carlisle. So, basically, as has already been brought up by a few folks, you're being faced with the decision about whether or not it's possible to save, over $100-something million a year based on the IRP that was performed by Siemens. The job of GDS is to go out to the real world and talk to folks, get them to submit official proposals that could be binding and later turned into contracts with the city. And that would inform us as whether or not the IRP and the possible savings could be realized. And unfortunately, TVA has a great grip on the city of Memphis right now because of the transmission service and the inability to just go out and buy power from somebody else. So what we're going to have to do is evaluate those transmission facilities and make sure that the city could build and own those and bring them online in such a time frame where you could access the outside world. So what GDS is going to do is in conjunction with MLGW, we are going to be the technical backbone. We're going to help develop technical documents, these RFP processes for the transmission, the generation, the renewables. We're going to help coordinate, get those out to the market. We're going to answer any technical questions over the next 3 to 6 months as we have those RFPs out and folks come back and ask, hey, well, what about this? What about that? And then we're going to help evaluate the proposals that MLGW receives. And in doing so, we'll be able to then educate everyone on what the real world is telling us about the cost of transmission, the cost of generation, the cost of renewables. And we can package all of that up, share it so that everybody understands what's really in play.
So I want to be, and I know Dr. Warren and others, and myself included, want to be abundantly clear when we talk about thermal generation and renewables. You are going to evaluate, when we talk about generation, the possibility of self-generation in which we would own or JV, but you are also going to evaluate third-party generation that would be within our footprint as well. And we will have an apples to apples comparison. Is that correct?
That is correct. The intent is to make sure that folks that build and own generation, operate generation, would give us proposals that either are just a PPA with the city. In other words, the city wouldn't own it, the city wouldn't operate it, but we would be getting all of the power out of it, and it'd be there to reliably serve our retail customers.
For example, a Energy Mississippi that is a border neighbor in when we discuss generation, 4 months. All right. 30 days or so after that, you're going to put the thermal generation RFP into the marketplace. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then about 30 days after that, we're going to throw the renewables into the market so that in 4 months, and that takes 60 days, right?
Yes, sir.
So if I were looking at a Gantt chart, all of those things would time up for about 120 days and maybe call it another 30 if there's delays or COVID or whatever. So sometime between today and April, we'll call it May 1st, May 15th of next year, MLGW should have your responses back in their house.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'll pivot now to the MLGW senior leadership team. Assuming under the auspices that you have your responses in May of next year, how much time internally will you need to vet, understand that information, and circulate it with your board and get back to the council?
Well, yeah, the first thing on that, Councilman, is of course we would have to evaluate the information. We would want to make sure that we have considered additional risks that may not be able to be ascertained through costs, such as regulatory risk and other types of risks that we would have to deal with. But certainly a midsummer, June to July timeframe, Alonzo, I'm looking for your support on this because he would believe it's probably a midsummer timeframe that I believe we would be able to get with our board and give them a preliminary, at least understanding of what those real costs look like. Frank, do you and Alonzo agree with that?
Yeah, and let me say, first of all, I'm hoping that we get a robust response of bidders, a robust response on the generation, all the generation aspects, as well as the thermal and the transmission aspects. So if we get a lot of them, which I really hope we do, that means we have pretty good competition in the market. Then it'll take some time to figure out how you evaluate them, because they may come in different flavors. You may have some generation components out of MISO that may be in blocks and layered in blocks. So we have to kind of look that over, put it in a spreadsheet, kind of see what comes out best, and compare that to what we were modeling. So that is
but we got to have a
tough one to answer.
Yeah, I understand, but at the end of the day, you don't work for me, obviously, but we all work for the ratepayers, and we got to have something to aim for and have a target and hold ourselves accountable to. And so it seems fair that your board should have that information sometime in its July meeting. And so now we're talking about.
That's probably right. That's probably correct. And we'll be updating our board monthly. That's the plan, to update our board monthly on the progress on this matter. So. But yes, we want to get the answer as quickly as everybody else does. We want to get a complete answer.
Councilman Carlisle, we need to wrap this up.
Got it. So look, I'm just gonna clarify what I just heard from the city attorney, or from the council's attorney, the third-party associate, and the senior leadership staff. We don't have the authority to contract directly with any power supply company, and we don't have the ability to give them the information they would need. They would need the cooperation of MLGW. The MLG Board of Commissioners has made a determination that they want to move forward with the process that they've implemented with GDS. We certainly have the right to hold or vote that contract down, but will only cause delays for the ratepayers, which, if you're advocating for what it would cost them per day, the longer this takes, you're only adding to that. The $150,000 is a misnomer. That is not an opinion. That is a fact. It is in their contract. I urge you to go read it. The last thing I'll say is that we're going to hold this board and these members accountable to this timeline. And don't get me wrong, budget season is coming down the pipeline. And we are going to hold people accountable to these deadlines. And the last thing is that if we want to build something that is this complex and this important and this monumental, it is well worth trying to do it right on the front end than trying to cut a corner here or there to try and get a quick answer in 60 or 90 days, only to realize that we didn't have all the information and have to go back and start somewhat over again. I think that would be much more devastating to us than being very intentional on the front end. And so we'll see what happens at 3:30. But I wanted to make sure that we got some of the absolute facts out on the table and cleared up, because, again, as I've said many times, there seems to be a lot of background noise going on, and I think it's hurting the process. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Chair and Council, for humoring me with the time.
Okay, that was informative, but we're getting a little lengthy. We're cutting everybody's kind of break for lunch, including staff. So we're Councilman Jones and Councilman Robinson, and if y'all can keep it as tight as possible. Remember, this will be on the agenda downstairs for discussion as well.
With that being said, I can reserve my comments until we convene downstairs.
And I can as well.
Okay. Councilwoman Warren, you're in the queue as well, but I want to give them an opportunity
I will
first.
follow my colleagues and I'll discuss it further downstairs.
Okay. My final question to Mr. Dawson, if he's still on the line, was about Councilman Warren's concern, and I don't see his camera anymore, so he may. Oh no, he's back. That he typed in the queue. Just because we are, I guess, targeting these six aspects of the RFP that were mentioned earlier, we're not prohibiting anybody or any entity or group of entities from, I guess, turning in proposals that would be power supply only, in the sense where they would present a proposal that would try to meet 100% of MLGW's needs. Now, we might not be targeting those kinds of proposals, but we're not prohibiting anybody from turning in a proposal. Is that correct?
That is correct. MLGW would have the flexibility in the RFP process to accept other types of what you typically call non-conforming proposals.
Okay, non-conforming proposals. So nobody will be prohibited, which I think has been a concern. All right, thank you very much. Any other business before this committee? Comments, questions? All right, we're adjourned, everybody. Thank you.
Smiley, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay. Did you call in? Or did you
No, I
log
don't think I
in?
called in.
Okay. We are ready for you then.
Okay. It's 1:21. I called the Public Works, Solid Waste, Transportation, and General Service Committee to order. But can we call roll?
Yes, sir. Councilwoman Logan? Councilman Colvette?
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen? Councilman Morgan?
Swearingen here.
Thank you, Councilman Swearingen. Councilman Morgan?
Here.
Councilman Ford?
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Present.
Councilman Smiley? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Johnson? Councilwoman Johnson?
Johnson present, I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Canale? Councilman Carlisle?
Present.
Councilman Warren?
Present.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Present.
And Chairman Smiley.
I'm here. Let's roll. We have 4 items on the agenda today. The first one is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2021 CIP budget by accepting grant funding in the amount of $3,250,000 congestion mitigation and air quality and establishing funding for the Covington Pike Signal Project, EN 01106, District 1 and Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second for discussion purposes?
Move it.
Second. Swearingen.
Is there anyone from the administration here to speak to this item?
Hey, good afternoon, members of the council. Randall Tatum, City Traffic Engineer. This is a resolution to accept congestion mitigation and air quality grant funding from the Tennessee Department of Transportation in order to establish funding for the Covenant Pike Signal System Project. This project will interconnect and improve 10 traffic signals along Covenant Pike from McCrory to Yale by installing fiber optic communication cable, video detection equipment, emergency vehicle preemption, and new traffic signal cabinets and the associated components.
Thank you. I do not see any members in the queue. All hearts and minds clear. Can we get a roll call vote on this?
Councilman Colvette?
Yes.
Is a yes. Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle?
Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
Aye. This item is approved. Item 2, a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $400,000 FY21 CIP budget to establish a repair and infrastructure restoration project for the Beale Street EDU frame. Memphis Police Department, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it, Colvette.
Second. Swearingen.
And Mr. Tatum, are you speaking to this project, or is there anyone else from the administration speak to it?
No, sir, I will. Antonio Adams, Division of General Services Director. So what we have is we have funds from projects that from police projects that we were able to repurpose. And what we're doing now is we're going to dedicate some renovation to the EDU precinct, which is the Beale Street precinct, to renovate the precinct itself. I mean, the office level area, and then of course a downstairs restroom to make it accessible in the event we do have citizens that come in.
I do not see anyone in the queue. I don't have questions. All hearts and minds are clear. Can we get a roll call vote on this item?
Councilman Colvett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Aye.
Councilman Ford,
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chairman Robinson,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
Aye, this item passes.
Thank you.
Item 3, a resolution of the Memphis City Council urging Memphis Matter to temporarily waive all transit fares on November 3rd, 2020, sponsored by Councilwoman Michaelin Easter Thomas. There's a request for same night minutes. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. Afternoon, colleagues. So this resolution, just as it says, urges Memphis Area Transit Authority to temporarily waive all transit fares on November 3rd, 2020. This is solely to encourage voter participation and remove all roadblocks that are impressionable by local bureaucracy. So transit being one of them. So offering waived transit fares will only support our citizens in furthering their request for democracy. So I ask support for this resolution, as it was said, with same night minutes. I have spoken to MATA President Rosenfield, and if he would like to speak on the cost or any other questions that might come from my peers, I would ask him to as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. There's anyone in the queue? Councilman Carlisle.
Did we put it on the floor? I'll second it if we didn't. I think I heard her move it, but I'll second it.
There was no motion.
Oh, it's a motion. Thank you,
Second. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Rosenfeld, real quick, if you wouldn't mind addressing just the cost of this. I understand there was maybe some concerns about setting a precedence, which I'm happy to set a precedence that we are, as a city and transportation department, supportive of getting anybody and everybody that wants to voice or their right to vote to the polls. But I certainly think it's responsible of us to know what that may look like. Would you mind expounding on that, please?
Certainly, Councilman Gary Rosenfeld, Chief Executive Officer of the Memphis Transit Authority. Right now, with our current fare structure set up the way it is, it's going to cost us about $9,000. We're at a special discounted fare. We have been since COVID started. You'll recall that this body appropriated $1 million early on in this effort, in the pandemic response effort, so that we could offer free fares for a period of time. But we're at $9,000 right now. Later on this year, we will be returning to full fare. The issue that comes up in terms of a precedence is that in Tennessee, we have a lot of elections, and some of the elections are, very big, and some of them, like the presidential election, and some of them aren't quite so big. And 1 year in particular, in the past, we counted 10 different election days during the year. So if we're at full fare and we're collecting, $40,000 or $50,000 a day in fare collections, and all of a sudden we have 10 of them in a year, then it can become burdensome to our already stressed budget. I agree with everybody with the idea that we want to remove all the roadblocks. We want to encourage participation in our democratic process. Couldn't agree more. I am just concerned with the cost, especially as we face some potentially very lean situations.
Fair enough. We can talk long-term elections in the future. We're addressing this one now. Chief McGowan, are you on the line? Chief Ford?
Anybody. Shandell Ryan is on the line.
Hey, Shandell, do you think if we attach a fiscal note from the CARES Act funding and try and manage to 9,000 per MATA for this, we can do it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you think if we attach a fiscal note from CARES Act, can we manage $9,000 out of our CARES Act allotment to reimburse MATA for this one day? Is that possible? You think we can find 9K?
May I respond to that, please?
Sure.
Hi, good afternoon, Council. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer. CARES Act money would not be a permissible use for this initiative. Sorry.
Well, just Councilman Carla, it wasn't intended for this to come from CARES Act, just intended for it to happen. So I think that we do have, if I'm not mistaken, funds still left in our, what is, Chief Ford, I'm forgetting the name of that pool, unassigned funds.
Yes, Council has the right to resolution appropriations, allocations and appropriations out of unassigned fund balance.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, I think you're talking about the 300,000 the council allocated or cut and put into the unassigned fund balance. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. I think I'd like to move to amend this agreement. I hope it's accepted friendly. If we could attach a fiscal note to amend this year's 2021 fiscal year operating budget and move $9,000 from the unassigned fund balance into this resolution, would that be amenable, Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
I would accept that, but I know that Budget Chair Jones is also in the queue, so I didn't know if he wants to speak on that. Okay. But yeah, I accept that friendly amendment. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Yes, ma'am. I look forward to supporting this. And again, I hope everyone gets out to vote. With that, I yield back.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let's see, I just got back in the office. I was on my cell phone a second ago, but Mrs. Easter Thomas, this resolution here, and I did hear the comments by Mr. Rosenfeld talking about the number of different elections. Does your resolution just talk about this election, or is it ongoing?
This resolution is just for November 3rd, 2020.
Okay.
And so there can be a future discussion going forward, but this one is just for November 3rd.
Okay, and because what I was going to offer in response to the concern that Mr. Roosevelt had was probably not do it. You know, it's very uncommon for us to have that many elections, but what I would say we just do it in those years where we do have a general election, which would be every 2 years. Well, perhaps if we look at the state house, they're every 2 years, but from the standpoint of, even if we're talking just on general election day, even if we have 2 during the year, I think that wouldn't be too much of a budget buster for us to do it when we do have general elections on those a couple of times a year, even when we do have multiple elections in a year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Dr. Ward would like to be added as a co-sponsor. Would anyone else like to be added as a co-sponsor to this resolution?
I will take all co-sponsors, Chair.
There's a lot of hands going up, so I'm assuming that's everyone. Okay, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Ms. Hyman, can we get, Councilwoman Johnson as well. Ms. Hyman, can we get a roll call vote on this item?
Yes, sir. And as I call your name, if you would let us know if you want to be a sponsor so that Bryson can log everyone. Councilwoman Logan? Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
And would you like to be added as a sponsor?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Councilwoman Swearengin?
And I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan? Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Yes. Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes, as a co as well, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jones?
Yes, and please make me a co-sponsor as well.
Councilman Carlisle?
Aye, and please add me as a sponsor.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Aye, add me as a co-sponsor.
And Chairman Smiley?
Co-sponsor me, please, and aye. This item passes. Item number 4, and the final item of the Public Works Committee. Ordinance to amend Chapter 12 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances so as to update the Code of Ordinances related to sidewalks, sponsored by Councilwoman Michaelin Easter Thomas. Can I get a motion and a second for discussion purposes?
Motion.
Second.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. So if you all, colleagues, have read through this proposed ordinance, this is proposing to amend Chapter 12 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances as it pertains to sidewalks. As we know, we have talked about it multiple times. Sidewalks is an issue, and its perpetuance is increasing yearly. This ordinance is merely proposing a solution that does not target specifically anyone, but instead set sort of a precedent in our city that allows for a more direct way of improving sidewalks, as well as we improve and increase our housing stock. So I would like to present this, looking for a hopefully robust discussion full of suggestions and critical thinking from my peers, so that we can start to offer solutions for this issue that is just growing in number. So with that, Chair, I'll give it back to you for discussion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Appears Councilman Carlisle is in the queue. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a really interesting, unique idea, and there appear cities that do it, and I'm glad it's on the floor for discussion. And so I'll keep my comments brief. I think, one of the things that has been, ongoing is, how do we do this and we don't make it negatively impactful to primary homeowners in low to moderate income neighborhoods. And I hope as this bill continues to move through its readings, we continue to kind of formulate and have good discussion on some way to form that up, right? Where we're the goal of it is to get our sidewalks redone in a financially responsible way, especially if commercial property owners and or out-of-town investment firms are buying large residential tracts of property, that they are there's a mechanism to help them reinvest in areas that they would not typically do so. But I know, and I'm sure the councilwoman's open to all ideas to that end. So anyway, I just want to thank her for bringing it forward and look forward to kind of working on it over the next few weeks. Thank you. Yield back, Chair.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, anything else to add?
Just also would like to add that there are already cities and municipalities that do this. The closest one locally is Bartlett. And after speaking with individuals at Bartlett Code and also real estate agents who do business in Bartlett, it's not cumbersome. It's pretty much expected. So I think that goes with the flow and ease of the rollout and the consistency of it as far as sidewalk inspectors. But this is not new. So just to make sure that folks know other people are doing this and it's not really a burden to them based on some of the real estate agents that I've talked to and the people at MAR, Memphis Area Association of Realtors.
Okay. Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, I have a question. I want to make sure that it's clear to the listening public essentially what this ordinance would do. It would shift the cost, I guess, on the sale of the home to having the sidewalks repaired.
I would say no, because the responsibility is already on the property owner.
Okay,
so it would be emphasizing that within the transfer of ownership of that property, that would be when the city would get involved to inspect it to ensure that moving forward, as it transfers new ownership, that the sidewalk is up to city code.
So let me ask you this question. So if I was a property, well, I guess it's hypothetical. So if I own a piece of property and my sidewalk is busted up in front of my home, I wouldn't receive citations. I wouldn't be fined by code enforcement until I decided to sell that piece of property.
No, I can call 311 on you, Councilman Smiley, right now. So currently, as we got in the presentation, I think it was last meeting, what happens is that you get a warning letter from engineering, and then if you do not answer to that warning letter, then you get a notice that you will also have to appear in court. So as of now, including the pending cases prior to July 2019, there are exactly 132 cases concerning sidewalks in environmental court. And those are just ones that have matriculated to that level. So it's already on the books of that you can get fined as of today.
Okay. So you cannot transfer a piece of property, I guess, within the boundaries of the city of Memphis unless you have your sidewalk repaired?
Yes, so essentially if your sidewalk at your home or residence or commercial property or apartment or multifamily unit is not up to code, before you transfer on that burden to me as a buyer, then we need to come up with an agreement to get that fixed, get that inspected by the city entity to get that rectified moving forward. So that the problem doesn't keep transferring ownership.
Okay, so this doesn't necessarily, I guess, remove the ability of a property owner to negotiate whether the buyer of the property fixes the sidewalks. It doesn't remove that ability.
It does not remove that ability. It just puts us as a city entity in a more preliminary stance instead of on the back end and sending that up to environmental court. It just kind of moves us up on the scale of interference because we're in there anyway.
Sounds good to me. We have a couple more of your colleagues in the queue. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Lisa Thomas, wanted to commend you for the creativity in coming up with this. My question is involving the enforcement of it. Do we have the personnel who will be able to go out and inspect the properties? I don't know how many, on an average day, how many real estate transactions we have changing hands, but my question would be, do we have the personnel that we need in order to enforce this? And
so I see Chief McGowan on the line, so maybe he can butt in at the end if I say something wrong. But based on MAAR data, Association of Realtors, last year, just single family homes, there are 15,100 sold. So that's not including quick claim deeds. That's not including multifamily units or apartments or commercial. So if you think about 30 minutes per inspection through my teacher math, that comes up to about maybe 3 or 4 inspectors. To my knowledge, when we were doing the budget earlier this year, there were vacant positions in code enforcement that we were funding but had not yet been filled. And so that was also, I was also thinking of that can be part of the conversation on, do those be transformed into sidewalk inspector positions before we get to spending extra money. So these are just things that were on my mind, but that was part of the conversation when I was thinking about these, looking at how much would it take.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones, does that answer all of your questions, good sir?
It does.
Okay, Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. This question goes back to Chair Lady Easter Thomas. How would the city be notified that a sale is about to take place or a sale occurred for the code enforcement, whoever is going to check it, go out? How will they be notified?
Excellent question.
So according to the real estate, and I'm no real estate agent, but according to the real estate agents that I was in conversation with, when there is an attempt to obtain a clear title, then that is where it would be shown whether you fulfilled all the requirements. So if one of those requirements to obtaining that clear and good title was that you got your sidewalk inspected, then that would be included in that. That's what Bartlett does. And also, I'm sorry, I missed Collierville and Germantown as well. So we would not be alone in this if we chose to move forward. And I see Chief McGowan is in the chat.
Okay, that sounds good. So I would assume it has to be some way for a person to register that they sold their house or attempting to sell their house. Now, there are approximately 30,000 transfers that take place in the city, throughout a given year. And those quitclaim deeds make up a large number of those. And usually on quitclaim deeds, you don't have title searches done. And we need to be consistent with it. If we're going to make one person do it, we're going to have to make everybody do it. So we probably would need to work out some details to make sure if you transfer somebody, I'm just trying to think of an agency that will go out all the time, but it would have to be part of somebody's process. But I can't think of who we should send it to, but it needs to be good for everybody and not just for your new home buyers, but for those quitclaim properties as well.
That's right. Commercial property.
I agree
quitclaim.
Okay. Well, thank you, Councilwoman Johnson, for that question and inquiry. Chief McGowan would like to provide some clarity, and we would love to hear from you. We haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I was on with the State Finance and Administration and COO talking about one of our wonderful fire programs. So I apologize for being a little late to this, but Councilwoman Easter Thomas hit it on the head. There are other municipalities that follow this process. And so our engineering team is reaching out to them to understand how they get that notification. We'll be very happy to work with Councilwoman to work through some of those details. Clearly, and as Councilwoman Johnson said, which department, is it engineering or is it code enforcement that needs to do that? Clearly, if there is some, collection of fees that goes along with this, that may help provide a little extra capacity if we need it. But we just don't understand exactly how the process would work. We haven't been able to work that out yet. But if this is the first time we're hearing about the ordinance to read it, then we'll have a little bit of time. Won't take us forever. Certainly, we have a few more readings to go through. We could get that detail together. I do know that, for Councilwoman Johnson, that the homeowners, it just, for whatever reason, magically happens. I sold my home, as you all know, when I moved into the city of Memphis, and in Bartlett, I got a notification. I didn't take any action. I got a notice. I had to fix some things, and the next day I fixed them, and the next day the inspector came out and said I was all clear. So the process was pretty seamless from the perspective of the home seller. I have discussed with our team a little bit. I just want to make sure that we work through some of the details as Councilwoman Johnson talked about. If there's a condo development and one of the condo owners sells, does that trigger the requirement for the entire development to fix the sidewalk? We also want to think about folks who, single family homeowners. There may be an issue, that maybe their home is worth $20,000 or $30,000. They've worked all their lives. They're free and clear. Now they want to sell, and we could hit them with $5,000 or $10,000 of sidewalk repairs. So we want to think through those kinds of details too for implementation. I think, but all of that stuff is workable. We think the program is a good way to address the condition of the sidewalks, but as you said very well, there's some details to work through. So and we're happy to jump in and work through those details with you, Councilwoman, and anyone else who has some good ideas for how we can do this. But we have a little bit of time to get that together. So thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to jump in there, and appreciate y'all's good thinking on this.
Thank you, Chief McGowan. Thank you for your insight and your input. Appears that we have one more question from Councilwoman Johnson. The floor is yours.
I'm in the queue.
I miss you? Where did I miss you? Oh, yeah. I did miss you. You're absolutely right. Councilman?
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, you know, the good news is Councilman Colvett and I both have our brokerage licenses. And we got the former Shelby County assessor who brought up a really great point with quit claim deeds and their use, especially in the commercial landscape, is problematic. One of the things that I would pose is utilizing, if it's a manpower issue for us versus a smaller municipality that has less transactions and maybe a larger code enforcement that's not as spread thin. Most lenders, and obviously they're cash buyers, but there may be a way to bifurcate, and I'll use the term deputize, but it may be outside the actual meaning, but utilizing home inspectors through a specific set of parameters to alleviate our code enforcement from having to go out to each and every single home and maybe save them for larger commercial transfers. But we can work through the details. I'd certainly love to help solidify a program. And Chief McGowan listed my huge concern, which is, you know, how do you hold large investors and investment firms and REITs outside of the city from, you know, accountable while not penalizing low to moderate and, you know, primary homeowners through the program. So a lot of good conversation. I know there's a lot more that's to come, but I'm really excited about a solution that's going to benefit the city. And I really want to thank Councilwoman Johnson for her insight from her former life as the assessor, because that's very helpful.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Sorry to skip over you. Councilwoman Johnson, the floor is yours. Good ma'am. You are muted, Councilwoman Johnson. We'd love to hear your voice.
Forgive me, thank you. Another item that I would like to see addressed would be the implementation of this particular resolution. Implementation, I'm sorry. I think Judge McGowan mentioned it. I think we need to at least give us at least a year notice to property owners, knowing this is on the way. So people who intend to sell can include that in their cost factors, because that could be a big hit if they're trying to close out a home and they didn't realize they had that major expense to take care of. So I would like to see it to be a time frame for notification and all parties, realtors, title companies, attorneys made aware of that possibility.
Is that a motion or just a suggestion?
Let's make it a motion. A friendly amendment if possible, it would be acceptable.
So,
I'm taking all these notes of y'all's friendly amendment. Bryson, I hope you take a note too. But as a motion, I definitely like that idea.
So get some clarity as to Councilwoman Johnson. So the implementation will be 1 year from the date of the final vote.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Are we ready to take a vote on this issue? It seems to be the case. Ms. Hyman, could you please call roll?
Yes. This is just for the ordinance. Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilman Carlisle?
Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley?
Aye. This item is approved. We'll pass this today. This concludes the Public Works, Solid Waste, Transportation, General Services Committee.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today is October 6th, 2020. This is the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council called to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call, please, Bryson.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Colvett.
And I am here as well. Chair observes a quorum. Anybody not formally named to the committee, of course, is always welcome to the table. We have 6 items on the agenda, but before I talk about rules and everything, item 1, which is PD 20-01 883 South Barksdale, southwest corner of Barksdale and Nelson. That case has been withdrawn. Item 4 and 5, SUP 20-08 Beltline Street, Boston Street, and Summer Avenue. Z 20-08 584 Beltline Street. Those are items 4 and 5. We have a 2-week hold on them. All right, so that leaves us 3 items to work on. As always, in this committee, we do the nuts and bolts. I will call the case. I'll ask for a motion with no recommendation for the full council. Mr. Whitehead, of course, will make his presentation, and we can ask him questions as regards the case from OPD standpoint. I would recommend that, as always, council members, let's keep our opinions till the full meeting, when we will then hear from the applicants and the opposition. That being said, we start with item 2, PD 20-10 8535 Winchester. Can I get a motion to send it with no recommendation?
Motion to send with no recommendation.
Second.
All right, I got a second by Warren. I got a motion by Warren, a second by Carlisle. Mr. Whitehead, would you give us a presentation, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead with the Division of Planning and Development. This is a request on a 14-acre property that is currently part of the Windike Country Club to replace part of what is essentially part of the golf course with a senior living facility. Windike, of course, is the extreme southeast corner of the city, just south of the city of Germantown, and maybe more specifically, just south of Southwind. Here's the section of Windike that we're talking about. On the left, you have the zoning map. Windike is zoned the agricultural zoning district, which is kind of our default zoning district that we use before a property is developed. Well, golf courses are allowed in that zoning district, which is why it's CA. And this is the part, just if you're familiar with the country club, as you drive into the entrance, just to your left, to the left of the tennis courts. And this next slide shows the conceptual site plan. The senior living facility would have its own entrance on Winchester, and then be tucked back and encapsulated in many ways by the greens. Mr. Chairman, this case did go before the Land Use Control Board. It received a recommendation of approval by the board, as well by staff, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. There was no opposition, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Colleagues, we've had our presentation. Floor is open. If anybody nuts and bolts questions of Josh. See nobody in the queue, nobody raising their hands, waving at me. I assume you're ready to vote. The motion is to send this to full council with no recommendation. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same rights and privileges. Hearing the chair, this goes downstairs unanimously with a motion of no recommendation. Item number 3, our second item for today is SUP 20-07, the 590 East Range Road case. May I get a motion to send without a recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by Warren, seconded by Carlisle. Mr. Whitehead, you have the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Josh Whitehead. A quick note on this case. I believe Mr. Flowers, who is the applicant, will be joining us at 3:30. I have not received confirmation of that. His representative, his engineer, is David Bray. For those of you who know Mr. Bray, he worked, it's a family operation, the Bray engineering firm. His father, Paul, passed away last week, and his funeral is this afternoon. So if Mr. Flowers is not available, we may have to hold this over for 2 weeks. But this is a case in the heart of Whitehaven. If you're familiar with the part of Range Road that crosses the old Illinois Central Railroad, there's a few commercial properties through there. Here's an aerial. This is between Alice and Grantham on the north side. For those of you familiar with this stretch like I am, just to the east of the site is highlighted in a pink star. There's an old steamboat matabus sitting just about 100 feet east of the site. That is an old landmark for those of us who remember those unique matabuses. This is a request for auto sales. There is indeed auto sales in the vicinity. The matabus, by the way, is for sale on the site just to the east. But we had concerns about this. This comes to you, Mr. Chairman, with a recommendation of rejection by both us and the Land Use Control Board. We see this as an over-intensification of this small pocket of commercial uses. This is surrounded on all sides by single-family residential, a fairly stable single-family residential area. With that said, the applicant has proposed to place all of his cars for sale behind the existing house, the existing building, excuse me. The applicant is in the tax preparation business, and he, in his letter of intent, felt that this would be a good business to meld with his tax preparation business. If approved by the council would be approving this site plan, which indeed does show the parking in the back and some additional landscape improvements along the front. With that, Mr. Chairman, we did have opposition at Land Use Control Board, but I do not believe Mr. Kyles has registered for this afternoon. So if Mr. Flowers is here, I know for certain that Mr. Kyles is not, that he did, Mr. Kyles, speak at the Land Use Control Board. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Am I correct that this is District 6? So I'm looking at my paperwork correctly?
Yes, sir.
I see Councilman Ford is nodding his head. Councilman Ford, I know we're just talking about the nuts and bolts. I assume you'll want to share your thoughts in full council?
Yes.
Very good. That being said, are there any nuts and bolts questions of Josh at this point? Seeing nobody in the queue, seeing nobody raising their hands and waving at me, I assume you're ready to vote. Let's do a voice vote, so please unmute yourself. All those in favor of sending this to full council without a recommendation signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same rights and privileges. Hearing none, opinion of the chair, it's unanimous, goes to full council without a recommendation. Item number 6 is a resolution authorizing the Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning and Development to proceed with the submittal of an application for rezoning certain properties along Summer Avenue between Holmes and Sevier Streets, between Berclair and Stratford Roads. This is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Director Zena, are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Do you wish to share something with us on this?
Good afternoon. I'll make some opening statements, and then Mr. Whitehead will present our report on this. In response to the moratorium that the council passed a few weeks ago for Summer Avenue, our division conducted a study to determine the extent and possible solutions to resolve the moratorium that Councilman Carlisle initiated and that you approved. We treated our response to this moratorium similar to the way that we treated the Lamar Avenue process that was conducted earlier this year in order for us to establish a more consistent procedure that we're following when these items come up. So we're following, of course, the provisions of Section 9512 of the Unified Development Code, which deals with comprehensive zoning changes. And of course, what distinguishes a comprehensive zoning change from a regular zoning change is that the city is the applicant here, and that we are considering multiple properties along the Summer Avenue corridor as opposed to a single property. So 9512 of the UDC also states that the purpose of a comprehensive zoning change is to rezone areas in conformance with the principles of comprehensive land use planning and is limited to areas where a plan has been adopted. So of course, as I shared back in March, when we did this with Lamar, now that we have an adopted city plan in Memphis 3.0, this section of the UDC is really at our full disposal to use. Finally, similar to the Lamar situation, what initiates this comprehensive zoning process in order to ameliorate the moratorium is a resolution by the council, which is before you today, that requests the Division of Planning and Development to file an application for rezoning. So based upon the timing, as we've mapped it out, we would, assuming your approval of this resolution, file an application to the Land Use Control Board in November. That would be heard in December by the Land Use Control Board. And then this matter would come back to you for 3 readings beginning in January, which we expect would help us to be able to conclude this process before the 180-day clock that is on the moratorium that you passed wraps up. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Whitehead, who is going to give our report and our recommendations.
Thank you, Director and Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As Director Zena mentioned, this process started on August 18th with the passage of a resolution by this city council banning the issuance of any demolition permits. So what we looked at along Summer Avenue, and so obviously the length of the study, the area of the study is the length of Summer Avenue, highlighted here in yellow, and the churches or places of worship of any denomination are highlighted here in blue stars. There's 4 of them, starting with number 1, the New Tyler AME Church. That's at Summer and Holmes at the northeast corner, for those of you familiar. Then as we travel eastward, the next location is the recently closed Highland Heights United Methodist. That's at the northwest corner of Summer and Highland. And then going a little further east, we have a clump of 2, the both distinctively designed mid-century Berclair Church of Christ and Berclair Baptist. Those are generally speaking at the northwest corner of Summer and Perkins, a little further east from our previous 2 churches. When we looked at Memphis 3.0 as a guide on how to, if rezoning is indeed going to be one of the tools we use to effectuate the concern of the councils, we first looked at the Memphis 3.0 plan, and we created this chart that's in your report. The 4th column on the right, or from the right, lists the land use designations of the Memphis 3.0 plan, and then that last column tells us what are appropriate zoning districts to effectuate and to realize those future land uses. This perhaps is for this body, the most important part of the report, because it kind of outlines the uses permitted in each of the zoning districts that we're looking at. The dark pink column is the current zoning district, the CMU3 high intensity commercial district that all 4 of our churches that I just enumerated are located in. It allows by right gas stations, tire shops, auto repair, auto storage, self-storage facilities, restaurants, bars, and general retail. So you can see if we go down to CMU1, which is our least intense commercial district, we have nixed a few of the more intense uses, such as gas stations, tire shops, auto repair, etc., bars. And then going further, you have this MU mixed use district that is largely in the uptown neighborhood just north of downtown that goes one step further and strikes auto service. So getting down to the brass tacks and our recommendations, and as Director Zena mentioned, our recommendations are subject to change. If the council initiates this, that's just the very beginning of the process. We would then take our proposal to the Land Use Control Board, have a public hearing, all of the subject property owners would be notified, and the Land Use Control Board may massage some of these proposals. And then, of course, it comes back to this body probably in late December and January for a final decision. And of course, this body can change those zoning districts as well. So our proposal from the get would be to take these 2 areas where these 4 churches are located. This first area goes from Holmes on the west to Sevier on the east. This is really the heart of Highland Heights. My grandmother grew up on Broad Avenue right here at National. And when she was growing up in the 30s and 40s, she talked about how this was a little downtown. There was everything you wanted. And to some degree, the bones of that downtown are very much still there, particularly that block from National to Highland. So our proposal would be to downzone that block to our MU zoning district. We already talked about the uses that we would get rid of by that downzoning, but what the MU district does as well is it requires that all new buildings be built to be compatible with those existing buildings. What am I talking about? The buildings that are there were built for the streetcar customer, the customer that rode there by streetcar. What does that mean? It means it's very pedestrian oriented, right? Those buildings face the sidewalk, they interact with the person on the sidewalk, there's plate glass windows, et cetera, et cetera. That is what the MU district would allow us to get with new buildings. Flanking either side of that would be our less intense downzoning from CMU3 to CMU1. These are blocks that don't really have that downtown character that the middle block does. So it would just be addressing the uses more so than the built form of the future buildings. And by the way, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the CMU3 to CMU1 downzoning is what we did along Lamar a couple months ago. Finally, the eastern portion of our study looked at those 2 Berclair churches, Church of Christ and Baptist. And our proposal here at this node, at this anchor, is what the Memphis 3.0 plan calls it, would be to downzone it from CMU3 to CMU1 to limit some of those more intense auto-related uses. If that, Mr. Chairman, again, if this resolution is passed by the council, it is merely the beginning of the process and not the end. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Josh. Okay, I'm gonna go to Carlisle. Chase, since it's your idea, why don't you make the motion, and do you want same night minutes for this one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move that this be added to tonight's agenda with same night minutes.
Second.
Been moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. We go into further discussion on the nuts and bolts of this guy. Any other members seeking? Carlisle, you recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank Director Zena and Mr. Whitehead for their work in this. I also want to thank Councilwoman Swearingen for planting this idea in my head when she looked at this same issue in her district in Lamar Avenue. I think that, and I said in my comments to the Business Journal that I think that Summer is prime for a comeback. I think Lamar is too. I think Summer is prime for a comeback. Not that it's gone anywhere, but I think that as we start to think with intent and proactively as a city council and as a land use control board, starting with land planning as the first step in a comprehensive look at how we address rehabilitation and reinvigoration of our commercial arteries. And this is the first step. And I certainly expect us to expand our review of Summer Avenue going forward. And so again, I just want to say thank you and how appreciative I am to the work that's gone into this piece of it. And I hope my colleagues will support this, and it's one step in the right direction. So again, thank you, Director Zena, Mr. Whitehead, and to Councilwoman Swearingen.
Very good. Thank you, Councilman. I see no other members in the queue. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak? See no raising hands, nobody else in the queue. I assume you're ready to vote. This motion was made in the affirmative. So a yes vote sends it down with a positive recommendation. No vote is a negative recommendation. Let's do a voice vote and see if there's any oppo. So unmute yourself. Assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor of positive recommendation to full council signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing and hearing none, opinion of the chair is unanimous, goes downstairs or to full council with a positive recommendation, same night minutes. Staff, let's make sure we got that. There being no further business in front of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Councilman Warren wishes to co-sponsor. Staff, if we could add that. Councilman Carlisle, you're okay with that? Good. Seeing no further business in front of us, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the executive session of the Memphis City Council. Today is October 6, 2020. It's now 2:18. We're scheduled to start at 2:45, but we're starting a little early today. Will you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Carlisle,
Present.
Covett,
Here.
Mr. Thomas, Ford,
Yes. Here.
Johnson. Jones,
Here.
Hello.
Logan, Morgan,
Here.
Smiley,
I'm here.
Swearingen,
Present.
Warren,
Present.
Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. Council members, we've had a awesome day, and thank you for moving forward and with my absence this morning. First, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. We are now in the 10th month of the year. It is almost Christmas and this year is almost over. I can't wait. I do have a couple of specific items I want to share with you. We do not have any items under the executive session, but there's some information I would like to share. Before we approve the add-ons, I want to take a moment to publicly announce the recent changes to the council team with the promotions of 1, Brooke Hyman, and 2, Lakevia Perry. Give them a hand.
Yay.
Both of these team members have done phenomenal work for the council during this COVID-19 period. And I believe the council office and the members of the team will agree. And we know that they will continue in this dynamic leadership as they move forward and begin to learn their new positions. I know they will continue to provide great leadership to the council beginning on January 1st. Brooke will take over the role of Chief of Staff. That's a new term in our office. And then Brooke will take on the role of Senior Research. Brooke. Lakevia will take on the role of Senior Research Analyst. I also wanted to share with you that while we're in this process, I want each and every one of you to continue to encourage and thank one is Kippinger for hanging in there with us as she tries to end her year with the council. I've already asked her if she's willing to come back in January, and just in case we had any snafus or anything happen and we needed her assistance. And she laughed. She said she wanted to do something different. But I need you all to encourage her, because as we have things happen, COVID is still out there, and we need to keep our council office filled. Please join me in congratulating them one more time, Brooke and Lakevia. Yay! I wish I'd pull out my whistle. I forgot to get it out. In addition, I want to also share with you that this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and our Vice Chairman, Frank Covet, has always taken the helm each year to make sure that council takes an active role in recognizing this month. So Frank, I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Colleagues, it is my honor every October to bring this forward. I get a little emotional about it. My mother's a breast cancer survivor. It may shock a few of you to know that I actually do have a mom. Husband is a survivor. My sister-in-law is a survivor. And this year, especially with it hitting the council family so closely, October takes on a special meaning. I remind my colleagues that nearly 280,000 women and men will be diagnosed with breast cancer in this year alone. Thanks to groups like the Susan Komen Foundation, the mortality rates in the last 30 years have decreased by 40%. But we have a special challenge this year. With the onset of COVID, literally there's been certain numbers I'm seeing, a 40 to 50% decrease in primary care visits, which is the preventative screening required to detect this disease. And as we all know, early screening results in a higher chance of survival. This could mean, colleagues, an additional 10,000 people could die from this disease this year. So as we go through the month of October, I encourage you to wear your pink. I encourage you to share with all of your constituents, all of your neighbors, all your family and your friends to get checked often, and make sure that one day this disease is no more. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Covet. But I want you to also understand that it just doesn't happen with women. Men can get breast cancer as well. We have our add-ons. Each one of you should have those add-ons now. That's number 32, 33, and 34. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to approve add-ons 32, 33, and 34.
Thank you. Who's the second?
Second,
Okay.
Swearinger.
I got COVID. Got it. So it has been moved and properly seconded. Can I just get a voice vote on this item to move these 3 items downstairs? All turn your mics on. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? None. That item passes. And that concludes. Yes.
Just note, I did send a brand new add-on agenda to include the item that was added in the P&Z committee. So you'll have the resolution regarding rezoning properties on Summer Avenue. That'll make it 35.
That'll make it item number 35. Chase, will you move that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I move that we add item 35 to tonight's agenda with same night minutes.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. That item has been moved and properly seconded. Please turn your mics on. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. That item passes as well. So this evening, we'll be hearing item number 32, 33, 34, and 35 with same night minutes. All minds clear?
I got a question. I'm
Yes,
in the queue.
Councilwoman Johnson.
I want on your fiscal consent agenda for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water this evening. Item number 28, I want it to be pulled from the consent and vote on it individually.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
That
second
can't be done. Point of order. That according to, I'm not stopping you, except for it can't be done in the executive committee. It must be
That's
done
absolutely correct.
at the full council. Councilwoman Johnson. Just procedurally.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
My fault.
Information, please.
Yes,
May I ask,
Councilwoman Johnson.
how did that get on the consent agenda if it was never ever voted on or addressed in the committee meeting to start with?
All the items that are on MLGW consent agenda, they do not come before our committee. They come before the council, and that has been the process since I have been on the council. They have their own consent agenda, fiscal consent agenda items.
May I interrupt? We also do that with our own fiscal consent as well. They don't come to committee either.
Alan, will you please restate that? She couldn't hear you.
Our fiscal consent agenda, which is below or above the MLG&W fiscal consent, they don't go to committee either. All those items go directly to the downstairs agenda, and any adjustments that you want to make have to be made from the floor at the regular meeting.
Okay, thank you. I'll address it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else that needs to be recognized. Make sure that I'm clear. This meeting is now adjourned. I'll see you back at 3:25, so we'll be ready to start at 3:30. Thank you.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, at what point do we pull it from the consent agenda? Right before you go through this consent agenda?
I suggest that you pull it when we go over the MLGW fiscal consent agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye-bye.
Chairwoman,
Yes.
what item number is the voting resolution for matter? It was requested same 9 minutes. I didn't catch it.
34.
That's an
Number
add-on.
34.
Okay,
And it does have same 9 minutes on it.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. See you all at 3:20.